The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 2026 American Cup. We are here at the newly expanded St. Louis Chess Club, where the best players from all around the country will fight for the titles and fight for the $400,000 prize fund. Now let's head over to the studio and let the battles begin.
Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm delighted to be here with the legendary commentator Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, I'm delighted to have you in the studio again. Welcome back to St. Louis.
Thank you so much. It's been so long. Good to
be
back.
Absolutely. Hello everyone and welcome to our season opener. We start with a bang in the American Cup as 8 elite lady players as well as 8 of the best players in America do battle for this 2016 edition of the American Cup. In fact, the rosters are so strong, I'm going to turn it over to you, Nasi, to do the honors. Yeah, absolutely.
We'll start with the women's section. Look at the top seed,
Wow.
Carissa. She's getting closer and closer to her Grandmaster title. In second place, we have 8-time U.S. Women's Champion Irina Krush, then returning champion Alice Li, and some of the top female players in the country, Anna Sargsyan, Tatev Abrahamyan, Rachael Li, Zoey Tang, and Anna Zatonskih.
Quite a gap between Carissa and the field. Tell us about the Opens roster.
Absolute superstars here. We start with the world number 3, Fabiano Caruana, joined by Wesley So, Leinier Dominguez, Levon Aronian, and some of the younger grandmasters, Awonder Liang, Sevian, Robson, and Abhimanyu Mishra.
Wow, great field. And tell us about the format for this American Cup.
Very interesting format for the American Cup. It's going to be 2 8-player double-elimination bracket. Players are not allowed to offer any draws. In Champions bracket, they will play 2 classical games with the time control 90 minutes with 30-second increment. If that match is tied, they will move on to the Blitz. They'll play 2 games with 3+2 time control. Yasser, if they're still tied, we're going to see an Armageddon.
Okay, dig down a little bit further on our format and tell us what will happen if you win.
If you win, you move on. You will stay in the Champions bracket for 6 days. If you lose, however, you will drop down to the elimination bracket. Champions get a rest day on Monday, March 9th. In the elimination bracket, which will start this Thursday, there'll be 4 days of play. You have to win to stay alive. If you lose, you're instantly eliminated. And they'll have a rest day on Friday, March 6th. Now, winner of each bracket will face each other in the grand finals.
And what are we doing today?
Today, everybody's in the Champions bracket, and
Right.
we start with the first classical game.
Wonderful, and we're very fortunate to have in our studio, and part of our broadcast team, dear friend Maurice Ashley. Maurice, you look great. Good to have you in St. Louis as well.
Thanks, Yaz. I'm glad I paid you that $20 to say that. But we are going to have a lot of fun here in this event. Just simply an incredible event with all the top stars in the country here to play. And it has now become more of an institution. It is the 5th year of the American Cup, so it's been around a while. It's pretty good midpoint for the decade. Well, these players are looking to see if they can win some dollars as well as the title, of course. Let's take a look at some of the players who will be making a run, starting with someone who's actually won it already twice, and that is 16-year-old IM Alice Li, the youngest. Well, actually, we're not clear on who's the youngest in the field. It's very close with Rachael Li. We'll get the stats on that one to be precise, but she's a 2-time American Cup champion, as I said, so she's not afraid of the elders in the field. She's already gotten it done. She knows that she can beat these players. Remember, last year, she came in second in the Cairns Cup with all the best players on the planet in attendance. So the best female players, that is. So she is certainly someone we will keep our eye on maybe even one of the favorites. Let's call her one of the favorites to win it all right here at this event. And now let's jump to someone who, you know, she's going to say, excuse me, Maurice, you need to call me the favorite. I'm the big dog when it comes to U.S. women's chess. A 4-time winner, winning the last 3 back-to-back is Carissa Yip. You see her rating there, 2486. That's only 14 points shy of the GM required rating. She's already got a couple of norms. She is looking for that title, and so Carissa will definitely be somebody dangerous in this field. She's shown that she knows how to win, and she's very streaky. She might lose 1, but even 2, then she'll win 5 in a row. This is the type of resilience this player often shows, so we will see whether or not she can pull it together and win this event. Now, moving on to another youngster as we keep the young theme going, Abhimanyu Mishra, all of 17 years young. He's definitely the youngest in the open fields. 2023 U.S. Junior Champion, the youngest GM in the history of chess at 12 years young. He's still looking to make a big breakthrough and start to enter the 2700 club, so we'll see whether or not he can pull it off here. A picture of concentration and ferocity when he's at the board, always playing very fighting chess. And I believe the youngest player ever to defeat a reigning world champion when he defeated Gukesh in a tournament last year. So a very dangerous player indeed. We'll keep our eye on him. And somebody you've got to keep your eye on, his laurels. We could just start talking and be here for a good week as we talk about one fabulous Fabiano Caruana, the 5-time U.S. champion, winning 4 in a row, as a matter of fact, ranked 3rd in the world, a world champion candidate. He's the 2022 American Cup champ, so he hasn't won it in a little while. But I'll tell you, for him, there's something to prove here at this event, as he is going to be making a run in the candidates at the world title. So this is a real warm-up for him as he settles in to get ready to go to Cyprus and play against the other candidates. Clearly, he's one to watch at this event, and we expect to see great play from him. An overall exciting event in general, guys. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Looking forward to it, Maurice. And do the honors, the pairings, the brackets for
have a
this round 1.
We'll start with the women's section. Carissa Yip will start with the white pieces against Anna Zatonskih. Then we have Anna Sargsyan facing Tatev Abrahamyan. Alice Li against Rachael Li, 2 youngsters. Irina Krush against Zoey Tang.
And in the Open Champions bracket?
In the Open, the top seed Fabiano starts with the white pieces against Abhimanyu Mishra. Then Levon Aronian is facing Awonder Liang. Leinier Dominguez against Sevian, and Wesley So against Robson.
And tomorrow they'll flip colors and play the second classical game. They're fighting hard. What are they going to fight for?
Well, they're fighting for the title, but also a lot of money. The total women's prize fund in this event is $150,000. First place winner takes home $40,000. Second place, $30,000. Great prizes for everybody. And the champions winner also gets a bonus of $9,000.
Very nice. And in the Open prize fund?
Well, we are going to see players that are arriving.
Getting wanded.
Alice Li is getting wanded.
Our fair play rule, no electronic devices of any kind are permitted in the playing hall.
Carissa Eve coming in. But yeah, let's take a look at the open prize fund. The total is $250,000. First place winner takes home $75,000. Second place, $55,000. Just great prizes for everybody. And champions bracket winner, bonus, $15,000. That's a nice bonus.
It really, really is. As the players get ready for this first round. And there you have this beautiful new playing hall. Check that out.
They have so much more space now. St. Louis Chess Club has so many beautiful rooms. I think open and the ladies section are in 2 different rooms.
Right, they're
and
separated.
You can see between the boards, there's just so much space. Very comfortable for the players.
Oh yes, absolutely. And we're going to have a bell ringer for this, the first round. We're hoping it's going to be Jeannie Sinkfield doing the honors as we see Levon. What is he wearing today?
Beautiful shirt as always.
Exactly. And there is our co-founder of the chess club, Jeannie Sinkfield, doing the honors, ready to ring the bell. Give me a signal, she's saying. Yeah.
And are we going to see a live audience?
Yes, they are permitted, but at the start they want all the players to get wanded, and even the spectators will have to turn in their cell phones to go up into the playing hall as we see real veteran of the American chess scene, Leinier Dominguez.
But he has taken some break from classical chess and he's returning now. I'm sure he's very hungry to play again.
Yes.
I think the arbiter's making some announcements.
Our bell ringer that we have for today is Dr. Jeannie Karen Sigfield, and she will go ahead and ring the bell to start the round. Go ahead.
Whoa, that was a pretty good ring. Well done, Jeannie. I couldn't help but notice that when Maurice was introducing the players and they were showing some, I'm not going to say vintage footage, but they showed some footage. And you were in the shot there with Alice, and you won that particular game. You see, I bird-dogged you. I know your victories.
And here we have Fabiano Caruana playing the youngest player in the open field, Abhimanyu Mishra. And look at that opening. We have the G6 on the board.
An invitation to either the King's Indian or Grunfeld. Now, knight c3 would force black's hand. If you're going to play the Grunfeld, you play d5. But e2, e3, a very unusual approach, I was going to say, by Fabi. I mean, basically, if you do your database research, you may find 100,000 games or more.
Or more.
And folks are playing knight c3 and g3 almost
exclusively.
Yeah, to the exclusion of everything else. I don't think you really want to play knight d2 or anything else. But the move e2, e3, I'm not going to say it's timid. It's just a different approach completely. Oftentimes, when you play the move e2, e3, and your bishop is behind the pawn, then you seek to play b2, b4, b4, b5, and bring the bishop to a more active diagonal.
Play on the queen side.
Exactly, and that's kind of what's going on. We're almost getting a, well, we're not going to get there yet, but if Abi goes for the conventional e5, then it's like a French defense in reverse. So we'll be keeping an eye on this one. But let's send it to Maurice. What caught your eye in the opening phase, Maurice?
Well, I'm actually going to make a comment about that. Remember, we mentioned Fabi is playing in the candidates quite soon. He'll be playing against players who know exactly what pairings they're going to be. That's already been decided. And he definitely does not want to give away any opening prep, any secrets that his opponents will say, wait a minute, that looks good. We see what he's going to play. I doubt that he'll be playing e3 if somebody plays the King's Indian against him in the candidates. So here he just has to be a little bit careful, a little bit cautious. You see him playing there. Let's just get a position and outplay the youngster instead of showing any of my secrets. We know he's had secret training camps. I say that. I'm not even going to say anything else about it. He is definitely not going to give away any tidbits here for anyone to look at. And you can bet they're keeping an eye on him. You've got the Anish Giris of the world, the Nakamuras, and everybody else playing in the candidates who are taking a good look at Fabi and saying, okay, that's what he's going to play. And I can guarantee you, seeing what he's playing now, they're thinking, he's probably just trying to trick us and keep us off balance. So there is some meta strategy here that we've got to pay attention to with Fabi for this entire championship.
Thank you, Maurice. Very, very good point. Fabi, at the end of this month, is going to go to the candidates. And because we expect that the Grunfeld King's Indians will be on tap, no reason to give away your hand. By the way, after the move c7, c5 by Mishra, the move d4, d5, it's almost an invitation to go into a Benoni. Let's say after...
It is, with the pawn on e3, right?
Exactly.
It's got to be a good version for black.
Right. Black avoids these lines, potential lines with bishop f4 and bishop g5. So let me just update my board and go to the live position. And there it is. Mishra said, okay, I'll accept the challenge and I'll play the black side of a Benoni. In this case, white having committed himself to the pawn being on e3 and not on e4. I don't see any advantages for white from this.
Do you think Fabi will
aspect.
still have to eventually play e4? E4, f4 is generally the main plan in this type of structures for white.
I want to hesitate before I give that answer because it's sort of like before I go e3, e4, maybe I would like to swing my knight to c4. Very, very often, black is reaching for the f-pawn. But you can't play f5 without the knight moving. Now, Bobby Fischer famously played knight h5 against Boris Spassky and allowed his pawns to be doubled. Oftentimes in the Benoni, you're looking to play rook e8 or knight e4, or more simply knight e8 and f5. So I think one thing that white would like to do is play knight to d2, just to make sure that this knight isn't jumping one way or the other.
I like that move, knight d2, very much.
And go to c4, and then
The
figure out if you want e4
Yes,
or
the main
not.
question is, was Mishra expecting any of this? Is he completely surprised? When was the last time he looked at the Benoni structures?
Exactly. Yeah, good questions, good questions. And I noticed that there was some kind of funny games going on between Carissa and Anna, for example. It was like a French to France, but it could easily transpose to
Fabi's game
Fabi's
with
game.
reverse colors.
Exactly, but now
We
it's a
might see that.
Benoni.
But we know Anna Zatonskih likes to take her time in the opening, so
Exactly.
she will think here, and we'll come back to this game after more moves have been made.
Where would you like to guide us?
Let's check how Alice Li and Rachael Li are doing, the defending champion Alice.
And we're just going to say the two youngest players in the field.
Yes,
Yeah, we don't know who's who. Okay, let's take a look. We have a Catalan. And in the Catalan, when white puts her bishop on g2, the long diagonal, there's essentially, conceptually, there's two approaches that black can make. She can keep the diagonal closed, and literally we call it the closed Catalan with a move by c7, c6, and maintain the pawn on d5. And then you can accept or capture this pawn on c4, and it's an open Catalan. Bishop b4.
Black can even play so that they keep that extra pawn for a very long time.
Exactly. So here with the move queen c1, Alice is saying, look, check it out. I'm ready to munch your pawn on c4. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to defend the pawn or just simply castle? So again, different approaches, a crossroad, but a very combative approach
be
might
very
be like
aggressive.
a4, a6. Okay, hold on. Did I
Maybe
blunder?
we can jump
I have
knight
to.
e5 also at some point.
Yes, and you can also do that. You can jump here knight e5, kind of invite rook a6.
There's some also sacrifices for black where you can go queen d4, give up the rook, take the knight.
Yes,
This
absolutely.
can be a very sharp game.
Yeah, you can sacrifice the exchange for two pawns. Fun stuff. And let me just refresh my board to see what was chosen after queen c1. In fact, I think this move has surprised Rachael. She's just kind of remembering
I mean, to
her
be honest,
prep.
we often see the queen on c2 and now on c1 in the Catalan.
Precisely. What is, and usually the queen actually prefers the square c2. Sometimes there's a knight g5 jump because we have a queen takes h7 checkmate. Other times we actually want to support the pawn going to e4. So
Absolutely.
maybe for Rachael, she's sitting there saying, why is the queen better on c1 than on c2?
Yeah, it must have a different idea. I'm not familiar with it, even though I'm a Catalan player. My queen is always on c2.
Always, always. I'm a little bit confused myself. We will have to wait and see. Okay, tell us where we're going, Nessie.
We have so many interesting games. Let's jump to Leinier's game against Sam Sevian. They've made a lot of moves already.
So this is an open Spanish with knight takes e4, and the players are playing very conventionally. Now, after knight d2, I'm much, much more familiar with knight c5. Oops, excuse me. Much more familiar with the knight c5 and bishop c5 moves. Bishop e7, I mean, Wow, the opening.
There's so much theory here.
Yeah, and the open Spanish in particular happens to be one of the oldest variations in chess, the Ruy Lopez, and C2, C3. Let me make sure we've got the
Leinier is
line.
absolutely one of the top theoreticians
As
at
is
this
Sam.
level. As is Sam.
On the other side, I remember in the Singfield Cup, Sam Sevian was, he played a very, very good tournament, and he was using the open Spanish as his defensive weapon as black. You had mentioned that Leinier, by the way, has taken a bit of a sabbatical last year.
Yes, he did, but he still remains in top. Of course, world rank, he's currently number 15th with FIDE rating 2738. You know, for a player who hasn't played in a while, that's
He really is
impressive.
pretty good. Yeah, he's very, very, very
He's
decent.
five-time Cuban chess champion, and in 2008 he won World Blitz Championship. That's very difficult to do.
Absolutely. And when I think about his resume again, those little bullet points do not do him justice. He has played in so many U.S. championships and Singfield Cups and Grand Chess Tours and Olympic teams.
And consistently remained in top 10, top 15 of the world for a very long time.
Absolutely. So we had dinner with him last night, and Leinier told us that since last year was a kind of a pause, a sabbatical, now he's hungry. He was like, I'm ready to play. It's been a while. You know, it's nice playing daddy, but you know, like sometimes you got to get out of the house and play chess. D3, D5, D4 on the board. Again, lots and lots and lots of games from this specific position. We can take on D4, we can play knight B3, and the theory goes deep.
Very deep, yes. And I'm sure both players are aware they're just picking and choosing which line to play and maybe surprise their opponent.
Exactly. Today, again, we're playing classical chess, so we got 90 minutes for the first time control. But over the course of this American Cup, we're going to be playing rapid and blitz
And some
chess as well,
Armageddons,
and
I'm
maybe
sure.
some Armageddons.
Yeah.
So this particular time control does give the players a chance to go deeply into their preparation, their thoughts, and so we'll see slower play in the opening. But once we get to the elimination
Starting
brackets,
Thursday,
yeah,
it's going to be
fast.
very fast-paced games, yes.
Absolutely. Again,
Let's check in with Irina, Krush, and Zoey Tang.
Yep.
I just wanted to get your opinion, Yasser, about that queen on d7.
I like this English opening way of getting into a Catalan. For example, if you don't capture...
It's a tricky move order, yes.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. For example, here after bishop g2, bishop e7, castles, black has been robbed of any plans of bishop
Including
b4
the
check.
check.
Exactly. And then we're in a transposed into a Catalan with limiting
Yes, and
your
white
choices.
also keeps some options like d3 and b3, and I know Irina likes to play those systems.
Precisely. So takes on c4 is an attempt by Zoey to say, hey, since you have not played the move d2, d4, I am going to get in my move c7, c5. Now, for me, the queen d7, that's...
Surprise, right?
Oh, big surprise.
But Zoey played it really fast.
Wow.
it
So
was
that's
a prep.
definitely prep. Okay, so I think a lot of us would have expected, for example, just let's put it on the board, bishop d7 takes, and a move like c5. Maybe with the intention of neutralizing this bishop by putting the bishop on c6. And if white plays, for example, a move like knight e5, then knight c6, and for the loss of the light square bishop, black gets fairly fast.
Faster development.
Yeah, exactly. But queen d7 to me is an indication, no, she didn't play c. I thought she was going to play b5.
Maybe she's still planning to play b5 on the next move, but...
And you know what I mean. One of
Oh,
these
that's
kinds of tricky ways of getting in c5 and b5. But she played c5 right now. And
A couple more moves. Oh, actually, Irina just played bishop g2, and this is the current position.
okay. And let's have an insight of Irina Krush.
Well, her FIDE rating is back to over 2,400. She's 8-time U.S. Women's Champion, and I'm wondering if anyone can break that record.
Well, a modern record. She's trying to get 10 because back in the day, pre-World War II times, we had a 9-time U.S. women's champion. But in terms of modern chess, she has dominated, and she is the only lady thus far in the United States to have the Grandmaster title, meaning the Open Grandmaster title. We are hoping Carissa will do it. Will be number 2.
Alice 3, and
Yeah.
yes, we have a lot of potential grandmasters.
4s and 5s, yes.
And Irina has played, of course, every American Cup, and the first couple of years she completely dominated this event.
Yes, she
Never
did.
once she was in the elimination bracket until last year.
Exactly.
She just won all her classical matches.
Yeah, and it was 2 of the American Cup that I remember that she won. Her finalist opponent was none other than Alice Li, and she defeated Alice Li in both. So again comes another American Cup, another finals, and Alice finally, third time's a charm, won against Irina to win her first American Cup. So Irina's trying to get that title back on her resume. Knight f6, and I'm looking at this, and I'm still peaked. Why is the queen on D?
I'm trying to think about the benefits of having the queen on D7.
Exactly. If you were to go back to, I was going to say, if you were to go back to this position, and just for argument's sake, put the knight on D7, and again, just for argument's sake, go queen takes C4, knight, pawn to C5, bishop to G2, and knight to F6, we'd get very much the current position where I'm thinking, you know what? A knight on D7 is perfectly good. I mean,
you can win a tempo later on the queen with knight B6. I'm sure there's hundreds of games in this position.
I'd have to agree, but the uniqueness of the current position with the queen on D7, a little head scratcher for me. So we'll see if Zoey's unique approach pays off.
And I did just notice that Ivalbar prefers white after queen D7.
With the queen on D7, yeah. Which, why not? You had mentioned, and I think it's a very, very important point, that because Irina hasn't committed herself with D2, D4, she might go with that D3.
Or D3, yes.
But Maurice, we got to get you to jump in on the opening stages of the first round.
Yes, there's some intriguing lines going on here as players are sort of dodging each other, playing some interesting variations. We're just seeing beautiful, at least intriguing ideas right away. I'd like to jump to this game with Carissa and Anna Zatonskih. And by the way, you said who could possibly beat Irina's record? Carissa's already halfway there, and she's only 22 years old. I mean, she's 20 years the junior of Irina, with only needing 4 more championships. She's done 4 already, the last 3 in a row. So my pick is going to be Carissa for sure. Of course, you got people like Alice and Jennifer Yu, who's actually Jennifer's a 2-time champ, who might say, well, I'm in there too. But she's just got to win 4 to tie Irina and 5 to tie the incredible Gisela Gressa. So give her some time. But right now, this moment in time, Carissa versus Anna Zatonskih, and she played a little bit cagey against the French. And I got to tell you, this kind of position normally you go into a King's Indian attack. You'll see a fianchetto, knight f6 would have been a very natural move here, a little knight f3 action. And then c5 is the kind of thing you'd expect to see with g3 and the King's Indian attack. Bobby Fischer, of course, made famous. Instead, a very consequential decision by Anna Zatonskih right here, taking on e4, and after the recapture, to then spend yet another tempo and play the move e5. That's 2 moves she's made with that pawn to get to this position in the first place. And then after knight to f3, then the move bishop to c5, which is the current board position. Then we saw the move c3 get played. Somehow the moves are happening on the screen, even though I'm not making them. But we are in the current position as is at the moment. And this has caused her some real pause. There are threats here in the position for white. White couldn't take the pawn on e5 a second ago because the bishop takes on f2 with check. And that would have been a bit of a problem. And of course, queen d4 check to follow. So that would not be what you want out of this position. And now I understand it's probably Yaz who's helping me with this board right here. Thanks, Yaz. I'm slow on the uptake to figure out that my board's not working yet. We'll fix that in a second. But at any rate, knight takes e5 is now a threat. But don't forget, b4 is an idea as well. For example, if you play knight to c6 in this position, then b4 comes with some kind of force. Because a4 instead of b5, a4 could happen first on the next move to really, after bishop b6, a4, to really start saying, hey, guess what? Your bishop could get trapped. You play a5, I'm going to play b5. Your pawn on e5 is going to hang. And these are real problems in black's position, as suddenly she's just been tricked and losing a pawn. So that's why she's pausing right now. Why she decided to play e6 and then e5. She's starting to, I think, regret at the moment. Now, Anna Zatonskih is one who likes to think anyway, so don't make too big a point about her stopping to think about this position. But the engine already disapproves. And in this position, Carissa, who played a very modest opening, can be nothing but pleased by the results of this line.
Maurice, indeed. I'm as confused as you are why Anna would play the French, essay e6 on literally move 1, and then turn around and just a few moves later play e6, e5, while white is doing things. Carissa's developed her knights, she's played c3, so an edge in development, and Carissa's looking very good. I just wanted to flash on the game between Wesley So and Ray Robson, because I was mentioning
another Catalan.
Yeah, and in the matchup between Zoey and Irene, Krush, this idea of putting your bishop to counter the long diagonal of the bishop on g2 is a very common strategic idea from black's perspective. It's
that
a
Catalan
neutralizing.
For white,
you know it best.
it's too strong.
Yeah.
A lot of times black tries to get rid of it as soon as possible.
Precisely.
But the thing is, it's not forcing. Bishop c6 is not forcing the trade, but
No.
it is delaying e4. In similar positions in the past, I've tried to still play rook e1, e4, and keep my bishop on g2.
Gotcha. And to preserve, not to make that trade. But we do see Ray using a classical approach to the Catalan by putting his bishop on c6. And where would you like to guide us, Lassie?
Well, let's check with Levon Aronian. He's playing Awonder Liang.
Oh,
And we're in
okay. The ending. We're in this ending.
Haven't seen this in a while.
Yeah.
It used to be so popular.
I used to play it very often as black, and I played this position as black throughout my career, and I always included the move h6, bishop here, bishop here.
To determine if...
Well, because we get into it the exact same position as the players did in the game. Now, when the pawn is on h7, everybody, and the main move by far is h2, h4. But because I already have my pawn on h6, I take the sting out of it. And I can make any other move, knight d7 and so forth. But let's see what the players did to get to this ending. Bishop f5 immediately. Levon said, okay, you know what? You're this young, talented, aspiring Awonder Liang 2700 player. I'm the old school teacher. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play an ending, and I'm going to play against the pawns on f6 and f7.
However, h4 didn't come.
Because
He kept the h4 square for his knight.
Exactly. A completely different approach by the white player. That's also has been seen a lot. Is you put your knight on h4, and the idea is very fun. What you want to do is you want to play the move f4.
Oh, you're still trying to trap the bishop?
Correct. And what you want to do is you want to get your opponent to play the move f5 so that you could play bishop to d3. And if after f4 you don't play the move f5, then you're going to go and trap the bishop. So a little twist, but oh, okay. He reached for his f pawn. He just didn't go all the way,
If
did
he
Awonder.
played f4, then bishop would end up on e4?
Yes, that's exactly right. So the nice idea behind Awonder's move, bishop b4, is the desirable or the threatened bishop, threatening the bishop with f4 is no longer any worry.
It's not
because,
attractive anymore
yeah,
for white.
bishop on e4. But a moment ago, there would have been knight takes e4. And that would have actually been very good for
Great
white.
pawn structure for white. and
Exactly.
Not so great for black.
And that was why we see a little
And,
bit more modest, f3.
I've heard from
a5.
a5 was a novelty.
Okay.
Is it prep? Is it a...
100% prep. One of the things I got a chance over the weekend, and a big shout out to the chess club, we hosted the St. Louis Masters. It was an incredibly strong event, and we had Awonder was lingering.
He was playing?
No.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He was just in town and enjoying himself, and Ilya Mizhnik and I were doing a collaboration for our club members talking about the games, and we couldn't get Awonder to leave. So, you know, this is like a barnacle to a ship. He was hanging in there with us, and I really got a chance to speak with him and learn about him more. He's recently broken in the 2700 class.
Right.
Which is a huge breakthrough. I mean, congratulations to Awonder. He's playing in this elite event, and he is about to play a training match against Hikaru Nakamura.
Whoa.
Yeah. So Hikaru has chosen Awonder as a partner for his training for the candidate. So the world is watching Awonder's progress, and there you see.
He's very young, already world number 25, so,
Yeah.
two-time world youth champion, three-time US junior champion, and I'm sure a lot more titles are coming his way.
Yeah, and he reminded me of something I completely forgotten. Awonder, had been playing in a U.S. Junior Championship here that we had been streaming, commentating on, and Awonder had a position where he was +9 in the tournament. He made a move, and it went to -9.
No.
Yeah, with one move. And I said, my goodness, in a single move, Awonder lost the equivalent of two queens.
I have to see that game. Wow.
And he said, ever since that comment, it like tasered him. You know, he walked around thinking I blundered two queens in one move. And so I said, okay, I forgot about that. I apologize. He said, no. He was determined to become a better player. But one of the things that's absolutely remarkable about this young man is he loves computers and working with computers and trying to understand how to maximize. He's made his own databases, he's made his own algorithms, he's made his own approach to openings, and that move A7, A5, novelty that it might be, is something that he has prepared well in advance. And so study the games of Awonder Liang. He's good.
Absolutely, and if you like creative openings, not the standard solid ones, definitely check out Awonder's openings. Over to you, Maurice.
What's wonderful about Awonder is the fact that he actually is one of those few professionals who decided, I'm going to go get a college degree. I mean, he was so talented as a youngster. Many of us are saying this kid's going to be 2700 one day, and yet he paused and said, I'm going to go to the University of Chicago, go get a degree, and now he's a student over at Webster. I mean, 2720. And imagine if he had spent all his time just doing chess, but he's just such a diverse person, fascinated about the world, as you mentioned, Yas, fascinated about computers. He's just an intriguing young man, and kudos to him for going to complete his education and continue his education as well, and then compete at the very highest levels. One position I'd like to jump into with my board, I think is working now. I'm excited to see if you guys will be able to share some of these thoughts with me, is the opening between Leinier Dominguez and Sam Sevian. And this position, out of the Open Spanish, this is one most advanced, I believe, of any of the games so far. As we could take a look here, as we see this line after d4 getting played and knight b3, and this is just known stuff as they blitz out their moves. Excuse me, AB3, bishop F5, bishop E3. And now after castles, bishop to D4. And you see in this position, this pawn on D3. And it's like, what are you doing this far in my position? I got to kill you at some point. With the move queen D5, eyeing the pawn on B3. You can't just grab this pawn now, because after this move, then I can just take on B3, and black is quite content. So the game continued. One more move with rook E1, rook FD8, and now rook to E3. I insist, give me this joker pawn. And now he said, okay, well, if you're going to take it, I'm going to play with some tactics myself, dealing with the threat to my pawn by threatening yours and opening up the D file. Well, then bishop takes D3, no win of a pawn. A new D pawn emerged on the board. And now, after H3, bishop takes D3, queen takes, and rook to D5. We have this intriguing position, and it is now white on move. That is Levon trying to figure out exactly what to do here. This is full-scale preparation by Sam Sevian. You see him not even sitting at the board is Sam, just Levon at the board. We have Awonder on screen right now, but sorry, Leinier on the board. Leinier is the only one sitting there trying to figure out the nuances of this position, as it is not easy for white to prove anything at all here. This is just giving a slight edge to the white pieces. Nothing much to write home about. I think that Sam has definitely shown his great preparation and has basically equalized against his senior, Leinier. And we are hearing now that bishop takes D3 was a novelty in this position from earlier. Taking the pawn right away was a novelty right here. So looks as though that novelty, in my opinion, as we jump to the current position, really hasn't done much. As I think the main point to recognize is that knight takes D4 actually gets hit in the face by the move queen to B6. And now you're going to see, no matter how much you protect this knight, a move like rook over to D1, then rook to D8 can be played, and you'll run out of defenders as black just keeps attacking this knight. So the pawn is very much defended in this position. You can't take it. This move, rook to D5, a very nice move by Sam. We'll see how Leinier, or what Leinier can cook up against his young opponent.
Thank you, Maurice. Indeed, this looks like a great theoretical battle between these two. And just as Maurice was saying, you got a passer. Well, it's not really a passer, but since you're not playing knight takes D4, what are you doing? I can imagine in some scenario you might want to double the rooks on the C file.
The only open file, yes.
But Sam is ready to counter that with rook C8. In the meantime, this bishop is actually doing very well. It's defending the king side, stopping any knight G5 incursions. And I do believe the open Spanish survives another test. It looks to me like black has equalized. Yeah, not surprisingly. And Sam is very, very well prepared.
There's only one game we haven't checked in yet, and that's two friends playing each other today, Anna Sargsyan and Tatev Abrahamyan. And I'm going to guess it was the French defense.
Certainly it was, and Anna took, oftentimes, when you play the French defense, one of the last things you want to see is the exchange French defense, because you don't get the French structures that you're looking for.
Same in Caruana as well, right?
Exactly. But there I feel a little bit better as black, because I've just traded the C7 pawn for the E4. In this particular, people say, oh, the exchange French, it's so dry, it's so equal. But if you're white and you want to play for a win against the French, actually, the exchange French, you're a symmetrical position and you've got a tempo. Secondly, in this specific position, you've coaxed the move bishop b4. Do you really want to capture the knight?
The two bishops?
And
not
give
really.
the two bishops. And finally, psychologically, your opponent's not getting their structure, what they want. So it can be upsetting. Now, having said all of that, it is a very balanced game. And Anna said, okay, I want to win the two bishops. Are you going to give them to me? Tatev said, sure. I'll double your pawns while I do it. Knight e2, c7, c5, a cheeky little threat of c5, c4, trapping the bishop. captures, knight d7, bishop e3, queen e7, live now with the move rook e1. Nasi, your take on this position?
Well, I really love the bishop pair.
Okay, but you're going to lose it rather quickly, right? I mean, there's always knight d3, not that I'm eager.
Yeah, I think white has small, comfortable advantage, but nothing huge, which is expected in the exchange French defense.
Fair, fair. Yeah, and the times, okay, Anna's got a little bit extra time and a little bit more advantage.
Yes,
slight
sir.
advantage. Yes, please.
At this tournament, we have a confessional booth.
Oh,
and
do we?
I heard that Alice Li already visited it, so let's check out and see what she had to say.
Hi. So, interesting opening. You know, I was just out there with Carissa, and she asked Chris Bird if we could both go into the confessional room, and unfortunately, he said no, so it's just me in here, and Carissa will hopefully be next. Yeah, so for the opening, I honestly was not expecting her to go into the mainline Catalan because she's more been playing like a Slav, and like before the game, I was thinking about what to play, and I did something using something called, you know, the Wheel of Fate, where essentially I spun a wheel with about like 25 opening choices, and like I guess the Wheel of Fate chose for me to go into this line. I don't really know this line very well, but if fate wants me to go here, then that's what I'm doing. So I think after Queen C1, I'm not sure if this is a line, but I kind of remember something with after bishop takes d2, queen takes d2, c6, a4, b5, a takes b5, c takes b5, queen g5, and then black has to play like castle, queen takes b5, bishop a6, queen takes a5. I think bishop b7 is a move, and then there's some like queen takes d8, rook takes a1, queen takes f8 check. White is up a pawn there, so I'm not too unhappy if I have to go into that. I think it's like plus 0.2. But, you know, the endgame is holdable for black. But because she is spending time, I don't think that she will go for it. And she might just allow me to play, like, say, a4 and knight a3 and take the pawn on c4. So, yeah. I'm also not sure if I played this correctly, though. So, I guess we'll have to see what she does. And, you know, but the opening, I mean, I didn't choose it. The Wheel of Fate did, so that's it. And, yeah, I guess Carissa will be coming shortly.
The Wheel of Fate. I must confess myself, I do not have a Wheel of Fate. I never gave it a spin and say, okay, am I going to play King's Gambit today because fate told me I have to? But she did make a very nice point that I couldn't follow all of her analysis. She has gotten in a position which I do know there is this variation that does favor white, as she, Alice, properly stated, even though at this exact moment white is a pawn down. Thanks to the move queen g5, it comes with a double attack. You really don't want to allow queen takes g7. After queen takes g7, black's king has got no shelter. Castles, queen takes b5, white recovers the pawn.
I think she gave this interesting line here, bishop a6, she said.
Bishop a6.
Queen takes a5 and bishop b7. I'm not sure.
Bishop b7 now.
Yes, and then you
Wow.
trade queens. I don't know what the end result is here.
And I guess she went all the way down the rabbit hole here with takes, takes, takes.
So white's up a pawn, but black
No,
is...
it's even at the moment, right?
No, white
Oh,
has an
you're right.
Yeah.
She's up a pawn.
But, you know, black's ahead in development. Maybe she's getting back a d4 pawn.
Thanks to bishop takes and rook takes. So if I go conventional, knight d2 to defend the threat you just mentioned.
She did confess that she didn't know this line very well.
And Rachael said, I want nothing to do with that business you've just said. I'm going to play the move b5, b4 to avoid that queen g5 construction. And this is the moment, as a Catalan player, you recognize now is the time. Now is the time. It's like a Peter Sellers moment, right, with Cato. Now's the time you want to make a street fight.
Black usually responds with knight d5 in similar positions.
Right, you
take the pawn.
Exactly. You make a discovered attack against the rook on A8. You recapture the pawn. Now you would like to follow it up with knight D2.
Slightly awkwardly placed on D2, but it's temporary.
That's exactly the idea. I think that Alice would remove her queen, play a move, for example, like queen to C2, knight D2. I'm going to give Alice the thumbs up on this one. The Wheel of Fate has worked well.
We gotta get our hands on that.
Yeah, whatever it is, we want a copy. But yeah, this looks like a very, very comfortable Catalan position.
And also, if we look at their clocks, Rachael already spent over 25 minutes in the opening, and it's still pretty early in the game. They've made 10 moves or so, definitely a win for Alice in the opening.
Yeah, opening phase. And again, these days you've got to win the opening phase, win the middle game phase, win the end game
Couple
phase.
of times.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And get your opponent to sign a score sheet that you won, and then the arbiter to notarize it. And tell us, statistically speaking, who's going to win the tournament?
Let's have a look at our pie charts.
All right. These are all made by Ben Underwood, and before the tournament, boom.
Well, this is in the women's section. Carissa is the favorite with almost 40% chance.
Wow.
Not surprising. Alice Li, two-time champion, in second place was 23, and then there's a big drop-off. 11%, almost 11% for Anna Sargsyan. I believe it's her first time playing the American Cup. Irina Krush slightly behind, and then rest of the players, you can see Tatev, Anna, Zoey, and Rachael.
Because of Carissa's very, very high rating, she comes in as a prohibitive favorite. Fair. Tell us about the open section.
I'm gonna guess it's Fabiano Caruana who has the best chances.
Similarly, I didn't think he would be that big a favorite.
Yeah, over 40% at 41.4. Second is Wesley, slightly ahead of Levon Aronian, who is in third. And after that, a huge drop of Sevian at 6%, Dominguez at 6%, and then Ray, Awonder, and Mishra drop below 3%.
Wow. Now that we know statistically, I think we should make our own determinations ourselves. We should choose who we think are going to win the tournament. Yeah, you ready?
Are you letting me go first?
Yeah, ladies first.
In the ladies section,
Hold on. Let me go ahead.
I'll pick the defending champion, Alice Li.
Bravo. Okay.
And in the open section, I'm going to go with the favorite, Fabiano.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a tough one because, I mean, we want to send him off to the candidates. We know Maurice has already chosen Carissa because, again, she is such a big...
He can join us.
Yeah. But I'm going to go with Fabi, for sure. But I'm going to go... I think it's time that Irina Krush reasserts herself and saying, look, you ladies are good, you're upcoming, you're strong, but I'm still an 8-time champion. Maurice, over to you. Who do you pick?
Well, I've done some really deep analysis. I've checked those numbers of Ben Underwood's. I'm also going my gut feeling here, and I'm going to pick the two favorites, Fabi and Carissa. Let's go with the highest rated players. It just seems like simple math to me. After all, Carissa outrates all the players in this field by quite a bit. She just came off not necessarily her greatest performance coming off the St. Louis Masters, but I believe she lost her first 3 games, and then typical Carissa just started winning games in a row, making that comeback to not shed too many rating points at the event. Yes, she's a boss, and I have complete respect for this player and her fighting skills. Not that I disrespect the others, and my fellow Brooklynite, Irina Krush, she knows I love her dearly, but Carissa, you got to give it to her. And then, of course, Fabi. We can't bet against Fabi. He's trying to become a candidate and a world champion. He better win this tournament.
We want him to go to the candidates with a full steam behind him.
And he's playing a lot of tournaments right before the candidates. And we do have Varakopian. He's going with Levon Aronian in the open section and Anna Sargsyan in the ladies section.
He loves Levon. I mean, he is such a big fanboy. He couldn't help He couldn't help
Armenians.
himself. Navarre
I mean,
has
who
never
doesn't,
won.
who doesn't love Levon, though?
No, we all do.
Yeah, but
I mean,
but he picked Anna as well. So
Exactly.
I think it sends a little bit of an Armenian.
There's something there. There's something
happening
there. Just saying.
I bet if you give him a third pick, he picked Tatev. So let's just, the guy's faithful to his home compatriots.
Absolutely.
And we will need to ask Irene who are her picks as well.
Exactly.
But let's jump to Fabiano's game, as a lot of moves have happened.
And we do have a kind of a
Benoni.
return to the Benoni. And just as I was saying, knight d2, when I can understand why Fabi is pausing over playing e3, e4, and right away. So
He played
essentially,
both of the moves that you said knight d2, I said e4, both are on the board.
both on. Essentially, we are in a Benoni position where literally white has an extra move. So it might be that white has a pawn on a4. It might be that white has a pawn on h3,
So
and it's his turn.
So white is full tempo down.
Yes.
Yes.
But at the same time, you might say, well, I don't want the pawn on h3, and I can understand that. I don't want the pawn on a3, and I can understand that. It's not like you've lost a tempo that was crucial. It wasn't a development tempo. But let's catch up now. Everything I just said, I retract it all. b7, b6. So essentially what black is doing, black really wants to, Mishra really aspiring to play the move b5. I go, what? What are you talking about? You just played the move b6. How can you be aspiring to play the move b6, b5 when you play the move 6? So what you want to do is play a6, rook b8, b5, full stop. The problem is white gets in this move a5.
Very annoying move.
It's very annoying. Now, oftentimes, there are lines of the Benoni where you do get this type of thing, where you get to play the move knight b5, right? Because the pawn is no longer on a4, so the knight can switch and come to b5. But what Mishra says is, I'm going to do it slowly. I'm going to go b6, rook b8, a6. I'm going to lollygag around, and I'm eventually going to get into b5. What are you going to do?
It takes time, but black still gets to play b5. White cannot fully stop it, and then pawn goes to b4, and black gets space advantage on the queen side.
Exactly. And then I got totally thrown off by the move queen e7. So, okay, I'm really confused because this is like the most standard stuff. I studied this stuff, oh my gosh, hate to show my age, but about 4 years ago. Sorry, did I mean to add a 0 to that 4? Rook b8 was, and the idea was when white played knight c4 to be followed by bishop f4, you quickly, as black, played bishop a6 and captured that knight. You gave up the two bishops once again, seeking to play a6 and b5. Mishra played queen e7.
Queen e7. Oh, I think there's a tactical idea,
Oh,
right?
please. If I go
he
knight
wants to
c4.
take knight takes d5.
So, let's have a
But
look.
it doesn't work if you go knight c4. It only works if you leave the knight on d2.
Okay, sorry. I will
Play
make...
king h1.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Now let's try if knight d5 works.
Knight takes, pawn takes,
Bishop
bishop
c3,
takes, b takes,
and queen takes
queen
e2.
takes e2 is the big idea. And I think that's a decent threat.
It is, but the
decent
knight
tactic.
c4 move is the most logical move, right?
First of all, to sidestep, I didn't even know that was a threat, by the way. I just wanted to say that knight, sorry.
King h1,
yeah.
yes.
Knight c4 struck me as the most logical. Then I thought you were going to do something really, really clever, and I couldn't. Oh, excuse me.
First with the knight, and
Yeah,
yes, the
first
queen
with the
comes
knight,
in.
and I was thinking, is there some massive cheapo
I was hoping
here?
for bishop d4, bishop b7 trap, but this is pawn is
Yes.
just hanging, so it does not work.
It would work brilliantly under other circumstances, but yeah, if the queen is trapped, right?
Bishop b7,
Or bishop b7.
right, but the d6 pawn is free.
And good. I
Free and
mean,
good,
oh
yes.
boy. Okay, so what do we do after knight
I'm
c4?
guessing he's still going to go bishop a6 because
Okay.
white wants to play bishop f4 and that pawn on d6 would be lost.
Exactly, and so maybe it's something.
Okay, maybe here black takes on c4 and goes knight d7. And that's why he played queen e7 to have the d6 pawn protected.
Okay, that is very, very sensible. And I can also even imagine a different Michael Tal-like approach where suddenly you start shifting your attention and trying to...
Are you hoping for f5s also, or in this position you wouldn't do that anymore?
I don't know. I mean, Benoni players live in a completely different universe than I do. But, I mean, they try to coax what they consider weakening moves, and then they go queen h4.
Queen's coming to h4, mate threats
Or,
are alive.
you know, like, yeah, like they put a queen on h6 and they checkmate me. It's just terrible. It's terrible. So this could be Mishra's approach. Maurice, jump in on this one. Well, just tell us what you kept your eye on.
Yeah, fascinating position. I used to play the Benoni myself until I got stepped on too many times and said, okay, I'm out of this business here. I'm going to leave that sucker alone. I remember Arnold Denker, the late Arnold Denker, beating me, a very embarrassing game. But, you know, you can always go into it, especially when they lose a tempo the way Fabi did with the move e3 and then the move e4. Talking about these cagey, interesting opening lines, I want to go to the game between Irina Krush and Zoey Tang. And chess is so ultra-specific. We teach our students these principles, and then the top players break them routinely, but you've got to break them in the right way. And I've got this position where I want to show you from this far back. Like, why are you back on move 1, Maurice? Well, I just want to show you because the move e6 is part of the narrative I'm going to try to weave together, and that is, why do you play 2 moves with the same piece? You're not supposed to. But here you see a capture on c4. That's typical of the Catalan. That pawn moved to d5, then took on c4. So that's 2 with that. You're not supposed to bring your queen out early. But here comes the queen. Wait a second. Why is both queens now already moving in the opening? So breaking principle, standard, traditional, old principles yet again. Now the move c5. And then after bishop g2, knight f6, the move d4, and now we see this pawn move a second time, of course, to capture. We see this knight move a second time, of course, to recapture. And now wasting, is it, a tempo with this move a6 in the opening? Was there something on b5 that was happening? Or are you threatening to play b5 yourself so you can develop? Now, in this moment, the engine is the move bishop to f4 as the strongest move in the position. It's a tricky move to play because after b5, preparing to play bishop to b7, the engine likes queen c7 here. Forget about your knight hanging on d4 because there's a bishop hanging on c8, a rook hanging in the corner, and the variations here apparently work out for white. But instead, Irina said, no, you know what, I see b5 coming. Instead, in this position, after a6, I see b5 coming. I'm going to play the move queen c2. You just moved your queen to a4 to c4. Now back to c2, leaving the knight hanging. No, wait a minute. Your bishop on c8 is hanging at the moment. So what does Zoey do? Let's move a pawn twice yet again. We've seen just how many pieces? We're in move 9, and only basically 5 pieces have moved. The 2 knights, the bishop, and the 2 queens, because they keep making moves with the same pieces. Finally, we get to see some new things enter the game with the last couple of moves, but quite strange, not deep principles, I'll say, that got us to this point. The engine, by the way, hates that queen on d7. I think most of us would feel kind of iffy about that queen as well. It went there very early on, but now a good position for white as white prepares to hit that queen yet again on the d file, and the queen also stands in the way of that bishop on c8. So we'll see in a moment how this position transpires and whether or not Zoey will be punished for her experimental play, we'll call it.
Thank you, Maurice. I mean, you raised a lot of questions, and I have a lot of questions. Perhaps you in the audience have a lot of questions about these openings, but we're very lucky to have Irene Sukandar with us as a part of our broadcast team for this American Cup. And Irene is going to be joining us during breaks and wants to answer all of your questions, as well as to provide a kind of behind the scenes. So when we do go on break, don't miss the Irene show. and send us your questions. How do people send questions
you can
to
send
Irene?
all your questions through social media, whether it's Instagram or X or Facebook. She will be monitoring all of them. So she will probably pick some of the interesting questions and try to give some answers. So during the break, don't go anywhere. I'm sure Irene has a lot prepared.
Yeah, she has all the answers.
But before we reach the break time, let's check in with Carissa and Anna and see
what happened.
What happened? Yes, we left it too early.
I truly did not like Anna Zatonskih's approach to this particular line of the French.
Also did e6, e5 like
and
Zoey.
she, like Zoey, also losing a tempo with the move e6, e5. I didn't like her choice. And I feel that from the opening, like this exact moment, White's already got more development. And it's not just more development. One of the crucial things in chess out of the opening is to develop your pieces effectively. I think the bishop on c5 is actually poorly placed because I think it encourages White to play the move b4. And so I don't think that Anna's approach is good or effective. The move queen e7 is already an indication that I don't know what's going on here, but check it out. The move b4.
I was expecting b4.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And apparently knight c4 was a novelty. Before that, there's
This
still
has been
some
played
games
before.
in the database, yes.
Interesting. I would not have recommended. I didn't know that Anna was following the dictates of theory because it just feels to me that out of the opening, White looks
Black hasn't
great.
equalized.
At all. I mean, the bishop on d3, they look close, but when you start adding up what's going on the queen side, Carissa's got this extra little space. She's the one that can always determine whether or not she's going to capture and win the two bishops. I like White's position.
And Carissa likes positions like this where she is in control. She has a lot of space. She's quite aggressive player, so I'm sure she's enjoying this position.
And to boldly state the obvious, the very, very common in Anna Zatonskih's play, she's slow out of the gate. Let's put it that way. But don't get into a blitz match with her, because if you when she's in time trouble, if you try to blitz her off the board, that's when she really is at her most fierce. So she's behind on the clock is Anna by more than 30 minutes.
She is, but we know the time difference doesn't make a big difference when it comes to Anna Zatonskih.
True that.
And as we go to break, we will talk to Alice Li, see what she had to say in the interview. Let's take a look.
Alice, welcome again to St. Louis. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Fine, fine, fine. Looking forward to the American Cup?
Yes, I always am.
Tell our viewers what you've been up to. What have you been doing this past year?
So I guess since 2026, I played in a couple of chess events over Christmas break. So that was in California. And then I've been focused on school, but I will be graduating high school in 3 months. So
wow.
Yeah, after that I'll be taking a gap year for chess.
Wow, congratulations on that.
Yeah, thank you.
When you talk about this gap year that's coming up for you, what are your hopes? What are your goals?
So I'm hoping to play in a lot of tournaments, and of course, like my goal for chess is to become a GM. So I'm hoping that if I can't do that, I can at least work towards it. There's also some big events coming up this year, like the Olympiad will be happening, and I'll be hopefully playing for the U.S. women's team. And I think there's just a lot of tournaments like after that, the U.S. women's, maybe like the U.S. Masters, and cycle into next year where we have like the St. Louis Masters and the American Cup. So I think there's a lot of good events that I will be playing in, and hopefully looking to have some good results.
And just on that note, I mean, there has to be a pathway for you to the Women's World Championship as well. That would involve the U.S. Championship, potentially a World Cup, and those kinds of things. So you've got your eyes set on those. Yeah,
actually this year's U.S. Championship is pretty important because I think it serves as a qualifier for the Women's World Cup.
in your past American Cup experiences, yourself and Irina came down to the finals so often. It was just incredible watching you match up with Irina. But now it seems like Carissa is really emerging as America's premier player in women's chess. And so you're looking forward to playing Carissa, right?
Yeah, I think actually this is the same as last year, but I have to win 2 matches in order to actually get the chance to play her. So, I'm not really thinking too much about it, but I feel like if I already get to the stage where I'm playing her, then if I don't win my match against her, I'll still be happy with already being in say the top 3.
Looking back on your tournament, this tournament, your chess performance here, what is going to be the one word that you hope will describe your play in this year's American Cup?
Smooth.
Smooth.
Yeah.
Love it. Smooth. Alice Li, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to the break. And now I'm Irene Sukandar and I will be taking you to some insiders during the American Cup and some of the games that are still going on right now. Well, we're just passing through the opening stage and everyone is still battling on right now towards the middle game, but we just saw the wonderful Alice Li. So fun fact about Alice Li, I was interviewing her yesterday actually and then asking a few questions, and then she actually mentioned that in the interview her favorite piece is the light square bishop. And I asked, why is the light square bishop is your favorite piece? Because most of the people would just choose the queen being the most powerful piece on the board. And she said, because I played lots of Catalan opening and where I put my bishop on g2, pushing the pawn on g3 and bishop on g2, which happened in today's games, by the way. So Alice is being no secretive at all, actually showing what her preparation is, her repertoire. I mean, we know that she's a big Catalan player, and then today she's playing this very, very sharp line against Rachael Li. So let's take a look at the game. So I noticed there are 2 Catalan games happening in this round. So, okay, d takes c4. This is actually a very sharp variation that Rachael was trying to challenge Alice Li, taking on c4 right away, because usually you might want to go to bishop e7 and then, play some sort of a classical Catalan, but here, no. These 2 youngsters, they're just up for the attack. So d takes c4, knight f3, bishop b4 check, and here white has kind of 2 big lines. Bishop d2 is one, and the other one is knight bd2. I think I played this against Alice myself, and Alice always chose to play bishop d2 and a5. So there you go. White is down a pawn, but this is very, very common in Catalan that white is giving up pawn in order to get more initiative. So queen c1, takes, and then b5, and then we see b4, knight e5, rook a7, and now white is capturing the pawn back, and I'm just looking forward to see the remainder of the game because I'm sure it's going to be very, very interesting. Like what I said, I noticed that there is another Catalan game happening in this round. It's between Wesley So versus Robson. So this one has another nuance towards the Catalan variation, and as we know, Catalan is one of the biggest openings there is if you play first move d4. And here Ray chose to play a more quiet line, and I think Wesley was just following suit. So we see d4 knight f6. Okay, Catalan can be through different order of moves as well. And in this position, like what I said before, bishop e7 is another big line, although it's more quiet, but of course it's very, very playable. And then knight f3 castle, and d takes c4, queen c2, and here a very, very nuanced a6. So a4 is there because if you take it immediately, there is a tempo with b5, and then queen goes, and then bishop b7. It just gives a nice tempo for black to get the bishop out as soon as possible. So that's why a4 is there, and after a4, bishop d7 takes and bishop c6. So everything, there's still nothing new under the sun so far. They're going to play this position for, I don't know, probably another hour before we see some more exchanges coming up on the board and probably some fireworks too. But I'm very, very looking forward to this match as well. And our tournament favorite, Fabiano Caruana, playing against Abhimanyu Mishra. And by the way, last night, we just finished a very, very strong Blitz tournament. It's American Cup Blitz, where in one of the rounds, I cannot remember which round, I think it was in the third round or fourth round, Abhimanyu was actually playing against Fabiano Caruana. And Abhimanyu was white, Fabi was black, and Abhi won the match. And therefore, he also submerged into being the winner after the 9 rounds, tying with Wesley So and Andy Woodward. So this is a very huge accomplishment for the youngsters, Andy Woodward and Abhimanyu, and also for Wesley So. And in this position, again, Fabi is preparing for the candidates. So it is a bit tricky for him, I believe, to choose which opening that he wants to play in this tournament because, well, there are two sides of choosing. First, he might want to hide his opening repertoire for the candidates, but also he might want to have some practice. Maybe he's coming up with some new variations, new opening approach that the American Cup is a very good place for him to practice those variations. So we never know, but we will know that in a few weeks where he reveal all his repertoire during the candidate games. So here, he's choosing this Benoni type of position. So yeah, as we know, Benoni is a very, very solid line, solid variation for both white and black. And as we go through this opening stage, nothing has going on so far. Like it's very, very balanced. Of course, all the games white is slightly better, but that is the nature of being white players in this games. So yeah, but I'd like to see. I was watching the game between Carissa Yip versus Anna Zatonskih because Carissa is known to come up with some offbeat preparation. And I was there when she was moving the first few moves, and I was like, this is very typical Carissa. So e4, e6. And we know Anna Zatonskih is a very big French player. So French has been her pet opening since many, many years ago. So I think it's very expected for Anna to come up with first move e6. And I was very, I was very surprised by the second move of Carissa, although it's not really that surprising because Carissa always plays some, like what I said, offbeat openings. But yeah, second move d3 is not really challenging. As you can see, if you see the eval bar on the side, before playing d3, white is slightly better, but after playing d3, it back to 0-0-0. Which, well, it doesn't really mean anything at this stage of the game, but it shows that she wants to avoid some sort of main openings, and then d3 probably she already came up with many things here, because with this order of move, you can actually transpose it to Sicilian if you want to. But next move by Anna, she played d5, and now we see the continuation, takes stakes, and after a few moves, both of the players were just trying to get all the pieces out, and Carissa in the middle game played according to her style, just very active, very aggressive, and trying to seize all the space that she can. And now this is the current position. Okay, with only one pawn being exchanged, and now we come to the position where it's like it might start from e4, e5, like an Italian type of structure, but it is actually not. So I believe it's also going to be a very positional battle here. because I still haven't seen where both of the players could accelerate some tactics here. So probably because the pieces are not ready. Both white and black still have to develop the bishops, the rook, and probably get some pawns up. But well, it's promising. It's going to be a very interesting battle. So in which direction, position or tactical, we will see. And probably one last game that I want to see is by Irina Krush versus Zoey Tang. And this looks like there's another fianchetto here. And well, this is still in the opening stage. And Irina is known for her wide repertoire. So it's actually very hard to play against Irina when you're playing with black pieces because her repertoire is so wide. And well, Zoey is still fighting. The eval bar shows that white is still better, but it's still a game. So I'm looking forward to see every single game here because they're promising us to have a very good show of day one. So see you in the next break.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed Irene's analysis. Yasser, where would you like to go?
Well, let's check out the game between Levon Aronian and Awonder Liang. And this was this ending, and the move f2, f3, and king f2 really struck me as Levon always has creative ideas and different approaches. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, what would I have done? I would have really wanted to beat down the f5 square. And for me, the king d2 and bishop c4, bishop to d3, going
That's
after the
natural.
f5 would have been my approach. And there is a slight drawback to the move king d2, and that is that after knight b6, the knight could easily find itself coming to the c4 square. And with the king on d2, playing the move b3 is going to be
a4, right?
Yes, it's going to be uncomfortable. And I think Levon's idea with this move, king f2, of course he wants to cover the e3 pawn, but I think he wants to do it slowly, slowly, slowly. Bishop d2, rook d1, bishop d3. And finally, a completely different approach, rook e8. And Levon is, yes, and I could have guessed it. A completely different approach that Levon could take is to play the move g2, g4. Now, the crazy idea behind this is you've got double pawns, but imagine I just plant a knight on the
Gorgeous knight.
gorgeous knight. You're probably going to have to trade it. And then with bishops of opposite color structure, I'm going to end up playing the move e3, e4, and enjoy a space advantage. Can he translate that into a material advantage? That's the difficult part. Now, Awonder says, too subtle, too subtle. I'm going to be much more direct. You've got an issue.
Mm-hmm.
You've left a pawn, a backward pawn, if you will, on a half-open file. I am just going to pound that pawn. I'm going to play rook e7, rook e8, capture the pawn on e3. What you going to do about it?
Yeah, because if you give white time, he will play knight f5, bishop d3, and then rook e1.
Yep.
Now we have to commit to putting the bishop somewhere else first in order to be able to play rook e1.
Exactly.
But I don't want to put the bishop on g2 or h3.
And I think you have to deal with the pawn by playing the move a2, a3. For example, one beautiful idea is to play knight e2 and knight to g3 and knight f5 if you had all the time.
One of the knights on f5.
But then bishop d2 is going to
win a pawn?
Yeah,
End the
well,
game?
Yeah, unpleasant sensations. So with the move a2, a3, Levon is hoping that after a capture, rook takes, well, that deals with the would-be weakness right away. You've already allowed me to defend, and maybe on a good day also develop my bishop. So he's probably expecting that.
Well, Awonder already took on c3.
Did he really? Oh, that's my analysis board.
Yes, I believe we have rook c3 on the board.
Bishop takes c3, b takes c3 on the board. Okay, that happened very, very fast. I would have hesitated because the two bishops, you've achieved something on the queen side. Now, because there is
Possibly
the possible idea of rook b3 as well, I would find myself drawn to playing the move a5, a4, and as Awonder
to have a move, he's played knight to b6
very quickly.
Does he really want to play knight a4?
No.
No, right?
I think the dream square is d6.
So he's rerouting.
Yes, exactly. The knight is not on a good circuit on the d7 square, but from the d6 square, protect that sensitive square f5. You even support f6, f5, and also saliently, you're attacking the c4 square. And I'm not saying that white is aspiring to play e3, e4, but if there is a knight on d6, you're not even dreaming anymore of playing that. So, but the idea of knight a4, okay, so let me play a move. Let me play bishop d3 and just ask you a question.
Knight a4, let's say.
And this is
winning a pawn.
Exactly. And this
and
is
then
actually
put in the knight on c4.
Which is a dream square,
Yes.
because you're getting back to d6 as well. So the move knight b6 not only suggests I'm going to reroute the knight, but I can do it with a tactical threat.
Absolutely. And if you play b3, I think automatically going a4, provoking b4.
Yes.
Just so that c4 square is always weak.
In your
Right.
grasp.
As soon as, if bishops ever get traded, my knight will be the happiest piece on the board.
Good point. No, seriously, that knight would be on a dream outpost. Okay, so big positional tussle going on between these two. Where would you like to lead us?
Let's see. Since it's a classical tournament, players are taking their time making moves, but let's check in with Alice Li against Rachael Li, two youngest players in the event.
Confessional. Alice said that she had spun the wheel of fate.
Yes.
And she said that there were 25 opening choices that the dial might have fallen on, and she chose, fate has chosen for her this position. And I said, well, whatever product it was, I kind of liked it because I like the current position that Alice has achieved. I don't think it's, I just saw the
bar really didn't like Black's last move.
Yeah, the chessometer.
Chessometer?
Yeah, like a thermometer, but the chessometer, it did not like, I saw after the move Queen e7, something happened that was wrong.
Looks like a logical move. Rachel wants to put the rook on d8.
Yes.
And then hope for c5 or e5 breaks.
Right. But there's something tactically that the computer didn't like. Let me be contrarian.
Are you attacking a5?
No.
No, right? Because there's always h6.
I was thinking that.
Oh.
I'm wondering.
I think you have to develop the knight first, right?
Well, I'm dreaming that you will allow me to play knight d2, knight b3, and then I'll take control of the queen side. If I'm in black shoes and I look across the board and I see Rachel's last move, Queen e7, in my mind, she would like to play the move c7, c5, and deal with her backward pawn, and maybe bring this rook, by the way, over to the d file, right? So
Make
I
that
thought,
rook useful.
yeah, I thought, well, if I take that opportunity away.
That's interesting. I think Black will have to play knight d7 just to stop you from playing queen c5.
Okay.
And still hope to play c5 next move.
Okay.
But yeah, look at the bar. It just keeps going up and up and up.
It doesn't like what's happening. Let's take a look at this young lady, Rachael Li, who's making her debut in this tournament.
She's only 16 years old. Her current FIDE rating is 2375. That's very impressive. And she's the youngest American female to attain the title of master at 9 years old.
Incredible. And I still remember her visiting the chess club as a 7-year-old. And our founder of the club, Rex Sinkfield, happened to be in. And this little girl comes up and says, "Would you like to play me a game of chess?" And he said, "Well, yes, little one, I would be delighted to play you a game of chess." So she trash talked him as she whomped him off the board. And she was like, he would make a move, and this little 7-year-old would say, "Oh, I see what you want to do. You want to take my bishop. Well, I'm not going to let you do that." And it was like, who let
She
this
has the confidence
yeah,
already. Yeah.
Who let this little girl in? And she destroyed him. And Rex was so upset. I kid you not, this is a true story. He was so upset. He called Jennifer Shahadi. Said, "Jennifer, you got to give me some chess lesson. Because this little girl, when she comes back next year, I want to beat her." and he did. He did. Jennifer gave him some ideas in a Grand Prix attack, and it all worked out. But whew, for a moment there, you know, he was having troubles. Maurice, jump in and tell us what's going on.
Yeah, I think Rex is going to be on his way down here to put a foot right now.
Right now.
Talking about the founder of the St. Louis Chess Club getting
Nice.
beaten down. But we do have a lot of fun with Rex at his own expense. He's a good guy that way. This position, however, for Rachael is not good, in fact. And her last move, looking to play c5, very clear. She wants to remove this weakness, maybe put a rook on d8. But the most powerful move here is the very nice rook to c1. This says, don't put that pawn on c5. I'm just going to control that square. If you dare try to play it now, of course, and go straight into this, then thank you very much for the piece you're going to be giving me on the c8 square. So a nice prophylactic move, this move rook to c1. Very positional and strong. Black has to now be very careful after such a move. And if you continue with the idea of rook d8, now hoping to play c5, now the queen can move. Now, this is the issue. The queen wants to move to give the d2 square that it's standing on to the knight that's sitting on the back rank on b1. Where do you put it? There are different choices. Engine likes a lot of them. One I'm most intrigued by is this one. Queen to e3. Queen f4 is possible as well. And I'm not sure. It looks like something was played in the game, but I'll just continue with my analysis here. The reason I like this move is this suggestion, the move knight to d5, attacking the queen. And here, to make this big decision, you could move the queen again, but making the decision to play bishop takes on d5. We call this the grandmaster trade, giving up your bishop for the knight. The bishop normally is a stronger minor piece. We talk about the two bishop advantage all the time. In this case, you don't have that anyway, but giving up your light square bishop, your Catalan bishop, to take this piece, to play completely positionally. Obviously, pawn takes, loses the queen. But now after rook takes, the knight comes to d2, and guess what square it's headed to? It's that c5 square. It wants to go to either e4 or b3, either direction, and control that c5 square. And it's white who's trying to put a clamp on black and prove that black's pieces look very dodgy indeed. So an interesting positional decision path with the idea of rook c1, suppression, control, prophylactic, and then bishop takes d5, the GM trade, to give up your very powerful bishop for a knight in the center of the board so that you can get complete dark square domination. I'm not sure if that was actually the sequence that was played, actually. Indeed, these last two moves, rook d8 was played as well, and queen f4 played by the youngster. Now knight d5 doesn't, you're not forced, or maybe you won't even think about capturing. In this position, you could play the queen to e4 in this case, but we're here. This position with rook c1 showing that indeed Alice understands her positional chess, suppressing the break c5, which I believe was first mentioned, or at least early mentioned, in Yasser's favorite book, My System, by Aaron Nimzovich. He loves him some Nimzovich, and this prophylactic idea of rook c1 stopping the pawn break. Right up your alley, Yas.
I despise Nimzovich's writings. I always knew Nimzovich as blockade, attack, destroy. But you added a twist, Maurice. You added suppression. I haven't heard about suppression. I heard blockade, attack, destroy. Prophylactics.
Yeah, that's in Nimzovich.
Suppression.
Suppression is just my word.
That's what I'm saying. And by the way, Alice Li played queen f4 as opposed to queen e3. You mentioned the grandmaster trade, and I kind of like the fact that the queen is on d4 because I'm not a big fan, particularly of the knight on c4, and somehow, redirecting that knight and maybe being able to play knight to d2 and knight to b3 and knight, I like it. And what happened? Queen is on f4?
No, I was just waiting for the analysis board to show up.
Oh, it did show up. I apologize. I was just saying that the choice that Alice had after the move rook d8, she wants to move her queen. She wants to dodge the move c5. She wants to play knight to d2. And the question is where to move the queen. Queen e3, queen d4. Maurice chose queen e3 in the grandmaster trade. I liked her choice of queen f4. By the way, don't even reach for the c5 pawn and blunder away your knight on b8. But in case of knight to d5 takes, yes, we can continue
but
just
yes,
as
sir,
Marie.
since you're parting with the Catalan bishop,
Yes.
what if black takes with the e-pawn?
Takes with the e-pawn. Bishop take, and probably a better recapture,
Probably
by the
have
way.
to, yes, because the knight e3 move is very nice for white.
Exactly. Now, just wondering, the move I want to play is knight e5, but I'm a little bit concerned about my pawn on e2, so I'd probably drop it back and maybe play for knight d2.
I thought you were heading to c5 with the other.
Yeah.
Choices.
Too many choices here. But you're right. I think one of the reasons why Maurice actually chose e3 over f4. And
It stops the pawn takes d5.
Exactly. Maybe, and again, we're doing our best guesswork here. Where Alice is concerned, could she be thinking, I don't want to give up my Catalan bishop. I kind of like my Catalan bishop. Let me just drop my queen back.
And then maybe she can't even play e4 at the right time.
E4, queen e3. By the way, I noticed that one of the great young stars of American chess, there's so many of them, Andy Woodward. Andy, Grandmaster, 16 years old, by the way, and just a recent winner of the Tata Steel Challengers section, he became a very good Catalan player. And the Catalan, I don't know if it's your doing or Wesley's, but the Catalan's become very popular.
Absolutely. A lot of top players play it regularly, and it's been probably the most popular opening after d4 for a couple of years.
Absolutely. I'm going to go back to our number one seed, Fabi versus Mishra. These two match up very, very well. Last year they played, and Mishra was within a whisper. Oh, that was against Hikaru. I apologize. Yeah, Mishra was in a whisper of upsetting the number one seed, Hikaru, Hikaru Nakamura, who actually won the event. This year he stepped out of the event so that he could concentrate on his preparation. Again, we're in a Benoni with the knight on a d2, and the last move, knight to d7, a clear indication that Mishra would like to trade a pair of knights. He's anticipating knight c4 so he can play the move
black
knight
should
d2.
include bishop a6 and trade the bishop for the knight?
Again, these Benoni positions, I got to tell you, they're so cagey. Normally speaking, I would say no. Normally speaking, this is not something that you aspire to, though others might. I really do think it's about rook b8, a6, and b5, mostly. But it's like you've got to be flexible and be able to change plans according to what Fabi might choose. Now, Fabi actually has a problem. What is this bishop doing on c1? And I mean, in Fabi's mind, Fabi might be thinking, okay, my rook on a1, my bishop on c1 aren't doing anything. how could I get them into the game? And the normal continuation might be something like queen c2, b3, bishop b2, and slow playing. Black, no. I mean, imagine I do something radical. I go check.
King h1.
I go checkmate.
You're scaring me.
I go checkmate. It's like, wait.
I have to move the rook?
Let's just make a bad move.
Okay.
Oh, actually, that's a good move. Let's make a
Let's
bad
put it
move.
on f1.
I
Bishop
mean,
c3, right? And okay, you're going straight for checkmate. I wanted to take a pawn. But
which I can understand. But yes, you do
maybe
have that whole knight takes
f4,
d4.
knight f3.
Well, now I could take a pawn.
Knight f3.
Oh.
Oh, you're taking the other pawn. Never mind.
Or maybe I'll take
Yeah,
f4.
It's very interesting.
I'm just saying, if you play, if you draw your queen to c2, there are issues. Now,
We did not guess Fabi's move. He just played knight to b5.
okay, another
Completely
completely
unexpected, right?
different approach. Yeah. Okay, Fabi is suggesting that after the move knight takes b5,
I think he wants to
A
take with
takes
the
B.
bishop.
Wow.
And then quickly go f4 and maybe he wants to put knight on f3 and play e5.
I was about to say that I can imagine that he would want to play a move like AB, rook a4, and target the a pawn. If you take with the bishop, tell me what your
I want to play f4, knight f3 and get into normal Benoni position,
Do you want to park your bishop on a good
Yes,
square?
I'll put it on c6.
Okay.
And let's play f4.
Wow. Okay, f4. Now,
No more checkmates. I'm putting the knight on f3.
you're putting the knight back on f3.
That's true. That's the knight that moved from f3 back to d2.
Exactly.
That's strange.
I don't know.
Whoa, that's very bold.
Thank you. Historians will call me courageous, I know. Wow.
It's a very exciting game.
Very exciting. And how do these two match up in terms of their rating on paper?
It's quite a big difference. As you can see, Fabiano Caruana is the top seed in the event, almost 2,800. Meanwhile, Abhimanyu is the last seed of this event, which says how strong this event is.
Right.
His current FIDE rating is 2625. That's like 170 points almost.
And talk about a lion hidden in the tall grass. Mishra was one game away from qualifying for the candidates.
Yes.
As was Andy Woodward, too, by the way, in that fantastic FIDE Open Swiss tournament.
Grand Swiss.
The Grand Swiss, Mishra was playing brilliantly and was within, striking distance of a candidate's spot. And I've got to tell you, he needed to win the last game, but he was that close. He could have been in the candidates if he had won that last round game. Wow. He's already obviously the youngest grandmaster in the history of
Still only
chess.
17 years old.
Ridiculous, ridiculous.
He's 2023 US Junior Champion, and yeah, he keeps climbing up every year.
Yeah, he is ambitious, but at the same time, his trajectory has not been the rocket ship that it was, let's say, from, 10 to 12 or 14 or whatever it was. And he said to me in our interviews, he said, Yasser, I'm feeling the pressure of the young players. He said, look, I am the lowest rated seed in this tournament, and I have a lot to prove that I got the invitation just barely because Hikaru dropped out and so forth and so on. He says, I have got to up my game, improve my game, and show that I belong in this tournament. So he came ambitious, and you're right. Not the A4 takes B5 recapture that I expected. Fabi recaptured with the bishop, as you suggested.
It's also an interesting take from Mishra that he feels pressure because he's the last seed. Usually when you're an underdog, you have nothing to lose.
Exactly.
You're here to play a spoiler, to gain experience and rating, but no, he's here to prove that he belongs in this tournament.
That is exactly his approach. And next year too. So he's saying, like I really, really want to do well. I mean, okay, the U.S. Championship is kind of secure. I mean, you know, because that's a 12-player field. But this is the
secure,
Elite
though,
Eight.
because we have so many strong players now.
Absolutely. Now let's take a deeper dive into this game. Bishop takes b5 just for a moment, and I'm looking at a6 and bishop c6, rook b8. Give me some understanding about this position. Why would you like it for? Which side would you prefer? Let's just start there.
White. I would say that
because of the space.
Space, yes. Black pieces look very cramped. Also. When I analyze Benoni, the engine immediately goes +1.
Always.
It's the Benoni.
It's the Benoni, right.
Yes.
Black knight to play the move knight e5. Black wants to get rid of this, I would say, powerful bishop. The bishop is pinning the knight. And, you know, you could also sidestep and play rook e8 and knight e5. But I'm thinking from Black's perspective that, okay, I'm cramped, yes, but I don't have any real targets. My king is kind of safe, all things considered. I do have ideas of breaking out with check and maybe f5 and knight e5. So I'm saying it's dynamic. I feel that, like yourself, I like the space. I do like white, don't get me wrong. But I also feel that if I'm inaccurate, I could lose the advantage very
absolutely.
fast.
That's how the Benoni goes, right? One tiny inaccuracy for white, suddenly black gets the initiative and checkmates.
And don't forget that Fabi, who has had a marvelous career and played just about everything in his career, at one time he was a big fan of the Benoni himself as black. So there you go. And Maurice, let's toss it to you and Alice Li.
Yes, well, the Li ladies, Rachael and Alice, are going through this battle right now, and that c5 square is all we're thinking about. We know that you can't just have a backward pawn on an open file. That's the worst kind of backward pawn you could have, and if it doesn't get off this square and get to the c5 square, you're going to suffer for the rest of the game, and it is not going to be pretty. So she needs to be able to play this move, but her last move, bishop to a6, yes, preparing c5 because now her knight on b8 is not hanging to the queen, but it's going to be a little too late. The rook on a7, the bishop on a6, the knight on b8, that cluster on that side does not really breed confidence as white's pieces look far more harmonious, and it's just not quite there as yet. And now a simple move like knight b off the back rank to d2, just bringing more pieces to the party, and that knight will be preparing to go to b3 and the c5 square, or at least clamp down that c5 square, and just, again, leaving this pawn looking quite anemic on c7. And it's not like you could easily just, like, sorry about that, let me just get it in right now, has been the last moment before the knight lands on b3, because after takes, you can't take back because knight b3 anyway, and your a5 pawn is under threat. Your queen has to move. This is not looking pretty at all. And by the way, you're going to even have trouble getting your knight into the game after we take your pawn. Let's say you just drop back. Well, obviously, she doesn't want this position at all. And in fact, I'm not even going to give you the e2 pawn. I'm going to play the other knight to take on a5. And here, you can't bring your knight out. The c6 square is covered. That move just drops knight c6. This looks terrible. What is she going to do on the very simple move? I'm going back now. Knight b to d2, you see there, Alice is in full concentration mode because she does not want to see the move c5 land on the board. She does not want her advantage to dissipate in any way. She could do so solidly with that move. Now, of course, there's also the question of, what if I just take the pawn? And that's a juicy alternative. Bishop takes on e2, of course, and now the move queen to e5 is possible, attacking the bishop and defending the knight. Also, there's this knight b7 try, grabbing hold of c5 and seeing your a pawn be a potential passer, the knight coming back to c5. A rook is hanging at the moment. So this is some wild complications. She'd have to calculate knight to d5. So this is what's freezing her at the moment. She's looking at this position going, okay, should I go this way or should I just chill and bring my knight into the game? So a very big decision for her. One line looks simple and strong. The other line super sharp, potentially also strong as well. Let's see what decision she makes, because it's a big moment right now in the game.
Sure is, and I just really like the harmony in White's position and Alice's position. Here, help me out. Just enjoying my morning coffee as I'm looking at the game between Anna Sargsyan and Tatev Abrahamyan, and when I left it, I'm sitting there looking at this exact moment. I saw the move F2, F3, and that's a kind of annoying move for Tatev to face. Like, what is she going to do with her bishop? Tatev decided, well, let me trade, and drop my bishop back, because there was a double attack against the bishop on g4 and the bishop on, and the queen on e7. So I'm saying, okay, but you're in a pin. What do we do when our opponent's pieces are pinned? We keep attacking them because they can't move. They're pinned. And why didn't Anna play the move bishop?
That's a very good question, yes, because now black will be forced to have a backward e6 pawn.
Well, why aren't I winning a pawn?
Oh, wow.
I mean,
well,
how do you defend?
Maybe queen c5, I'm going after a different pawn.
Ah, of course. So, yeah, okay, you understand immediately what my mental block was. I didn't think you could. Yes. You're losing the pawn, but yes, in this particular case, you'd be maybe willing to trade the e6 pawn, and you would get your pawn back on c3.
Yeah, that should be fine for black.
But I was thinking knight. F2, F3 did expose the king. So she couldn't win the pawn. I was like, okay, more coffee, more Java. She did. Anna played queen b1. Tatev said, well, thank you very much. I still would like to trade pawns on e6 and c3.
Get out of the pin as well.
Queen b4. Now let me get out of the...
Maybe Anna should have taken on e6 while she could, because now I feel like Tatev's position is starting to look a little better.
Okay, let's play another move or two. Queen here. I understand double pawns, but actually nobody's got pawn structures that they're necessarily proud of, right? I mean,
sure, we do have a couple of moves already. Anna played queen b3, and Tatev quickly responded with rook c8.
Okay, so weak pawn on c3, weak pawn on b7.
But it's not really hanging, right? Or is it? Oh, it is.
It is.
The d4 is also hanging with the check.
That's true. Queen takes c3 will
maybe we play rook,
hurt your feelings.
Rook e to b1, so we can trade the queens and then get our rook to the 7th rank.
Say that again.
Rook
what would
e1 to b1.
Rook e1 to b1.
I think the game has switched to the queen side, so I feel okay abandoning the open e file.
Whimper, whine. Okay, maybe this was the way to keep a balance. Let's look at the amazing career of Tatev.
Right, her current FIDE rating is 2379. She's also hunting for the GM title. She earned her first one last year in Budapest, I believe. She had a fantastic tournament.
And many time player of the U.S. Championships, as well as our Olympic board.
I think she's played every single one of them.
It's amazing. So yes, a queen of American chess, Tatev. And a big shout out to Anna, as well, as Anna is a recent transfer to the U.S. Chess Federation. She now represents the American flag, and she is making her debut in this American Cup. She made her debut last year in the U.S. Championships, and then she confessed to me. She said, I'm so nervous, and she played great.
She did so well. She medaled either second or third in her first try. She's only 24 years old, FIDE rating 2380, and she's also very experienced, 3-time chess Olympian.
Yeah, and a university student at Webster University. So welcome, Anna, as Anna and Rachael play their
first time in the
first
American
times. Yes. I wanted to check in on, first I'm going to throw it actually to Maurice.
Yes, a big-time game going on between Carissa, who has won now 4 U.S. Women's Championship titles, And Anna Zatonskih, who I also think has won 4 U.S. women's titles. To check on that, but I think that's right. At any rate, we got real history Hall of Famers sitting at the table right now. Anna Zatonskih, a winner, surprise winner of the Cairns Cup with all the best women in the world. She was the bottom seed and won that tournament. And Carissa Yip, also now the reigning champ of the Cairns Cup, representing the U.S. very well in that event, despite having all the best female players in the world participating. Well, this position here, it looks like it's all going Carissa's way. The reason why I say that is just looking at the space on the queen side that Black has allowed to happen. It's very difficult for her to even find moves in this position. And I'm just going to make a couple of moves as it goes along. Watching Carissa play this in positional style, I'm quite impressed. She's known as a hacker and a banger, and let's get wild. But to get that GM title, you got to be a bit more subtle. And you see her here applying some very ultra subtle moves. And Black's going to have to get some kind of play going because White's king side is very well protected while there's going to be some advances on the other side of the board. But the most critical thing to look for is we're only on move 14, and Carissa has an hour and 5 minutes on her clock. Anna with only 24:33 and ticking down. So the clock is starting to be a factor as well, as we're only, like I said, on move 14 at the moment, using a lot of time, burning a lot of clock. She's known, though, is this veteran, Anna Zatonskih, for being very deliberate, we'll call it, in her play. Will that come back to haunt her? She knows she's up against a very dangerous opponent. So she's taking her time, trying to make sure she has a decent position. But it's not looking great at the moment. And look at Carissa. Before I can even get a word out, she's already saying, I got this.
Flicked out the move A4, A5 very quickly. I agree. I like the position of Carissa very much. I wanted to turn our attention to the game between Wesley So and Ray Robson. People forget that Wesley So, one time at his peak, I believe was the 3rd highest rated player in the world, one of the few players ever in the history of chess to get above the 2,800 mark. And he's sort of like, hey, I'm in this event too. Is it just me, or is it the round of the Catalan? As we see yet another Catalan, and in this particular position, we have the move knight takes f4. As a Catalan player yourself, would you be tempted by bishop takes c6, knight takes c6,
or G
takes f4? Because every one of those captures,
they all look good,
are attractive.
Absolutely, and I actually like when Black takes on f4 and I get to double my pawns on f2, f4 because...
I agree with you, absolutely.
That's a great structure actually for White.
Isn't it? We actually called this the diamond structure. You put your pawn on e3 and you would exploit the fact that the half-open G file is in your pocket. Now on the other hand though...
One problem with if I include knight c6 is that Black has an in-between move, knight takes e2.
Yeah, knight takes c6. Yes, I would dream for you to capture, so I would just capture your knight and I'd be a very happy camper. But you say, wait a minute, I've got an intermezzo, that's a check, takes, and now you kind of feel like,
maybe it's not,
I didn't get the best.
Not as much as we'd like.
Okay, so we take away knight takes c6. Okay.
Wesley just took on f4.
And finally, we just take a quick gander at bishop takes c6.
Maybe knight h3 check? Does that actually... Because do you really want to retake with the king on h3?
Well, let's have a look. I mean, my king, maybe you take on f2.
Maybe. But I'll take on c6 and...
And now my king will be on h3.
It's
and
actually not so bad because you're coming right back.
Everybody will be wondering...
I can't keep you on h3.
You know, I'm ready to charge up the board. King g4, king h5. Let's go. None of this happened because guess what?
Yeah, Wesley just took back the knight.
Exactly.
Bishops came off, and this is the current position.
Rook b8. I like, as I've played Catalan in my career, and I like White here as well. Maurice, jump in on this, our first round of the American Cup.
Well, let's take a look at the other Catalan, and that is the game between the two Lees, and she did it. Going for it was Alice, as she decided, I'm not waiting around with this casual knight BD2 nonsense. I'm just going to take the pawn right now. Just give me the pawn. Let's go. Let's get wild. Let's get busy. The engine does approve of this, although it preferred knight B to D2, slow pace, grind, grip, keep your opponent stuck doing nothing. But knight takes on A5 is also a good move here. The variance is larger, though. Anything could happen as this one gets wild as you go into the tactics, and maybe that's exactly what Rachael wanted, to get a little bit sharper. Let's take a look again. Bishop takes E2, winning back the pawn. But now you've got to think about some moves. Knight to B7 is a move in this position. But now Alice would have to calculate the knight D5 response. And here, obviously, your knight on B7 is now suddenly hanging. So queen to E4 is possible, moving your queen out the way, allowing this capture on B7, followed by queen takes. Was this a better way to go? The pawn on A4 is now passed, getting ready to go down the board. Your knight will also still come back in, and it's looking at all kinds of dark square possibilities. So this does look good for white as well, but when you shake it up and say which one was better, was it better for white to wait or white to grab? And there we see the pawn get grabbed on the E2 square. So fire on board. This one is now officially exploded, and we will see just how Alice handles this. She must have a move in mind, and it was the move, knight to B7. It's not every day, folks, you see a knight land on B7 after just 16 moves. A white knight just plant itself in the heart of the enemy position. This I will call a rarity. I'm going to have to think about it. Can you guys think about a moment like this, Yaz and Nazi, when a knight just parks itself on B7 this early in the game and just let's play chess with the knight on B7?
I'm capturing something on B7, you know, like a pawn or something. But just putting it there open, no, I don't have a connection with that. But I must say, the position that you gave after knight D, I kind of like, well, I liked Alice's position a lot. I don't think the engine thinks it's that great, but I'm looking at this pass pawn. That's just huge. I love the fact that my king is nicely defended, and Alice has got an amazing future for her knight. Conversely, I'm looking across the board. I'm seeing this knight on B8. I'm saying, okay, you're not working. Get yourself busy. Get a job. And the knight says, okay, I'm ready to go to work, but where do you want me?
There's no good job.
Where's a good outpost? Where am I supposed to go? If I go to A5, that would be good. You'd be blockading, but you're not getting to C6 and A5. First of all, that would just lose. And Alice is not going to let you blockade the pawn. So I don't like this position for Rachael.
Yes,
I just
White's
don't.
play is also really easy. Moves make themselves here.
Exactly. I love saying that it's easy for white to make happy moves. There's a lot of happy moves in the position for Alice Li. I was just going to...
My pick is looking very good right now.
I am hoping my pick is going to look very good. I'm looking at the game between Irina Krush and Zoey Tang. And I got to tell you, Irina has so much experience. She has, I want to say, a deep database knowledge of positions that young players don't have that depth of understanding. So at first blush,
she did knight F1, 93.
that whole maneuver, it looks like a waste of time. It genuinely does. And the knight went from B1 to D2 to F1 to E3 to D5. Why didn't it go from C3 to D5? Why did she do all of this? And you would get a position, I'm just putting it on the board if you don't mind for just a moment, and you go, oh, isn't it a draw? We're in bishops of opposite color. And no.
Absolutely not.
This is actually a two-result game. This bishop on F6 is not as effective as this bishop on B3. Obviously, we would love to play rook D7 and harass the pawns on F7 and B7. And it's actually white who has a very nice initiative. And it's one thing to get an advantage, but if you could get an advantage that is really long-term.
And with zero risk.
You had zero risk. I like what Irina has done. Maurice, back over to you.
This game between Alice and Rachael has really fascinated me, and I'll show you a line as we talk about things that just never happen. You're going to put this in that box of things you just rarely ever see. Take a look at this variation. I'm playing around right now with the engine. This move after knight to b7. So what if you just move the rook? I'm just going to move the rook over in this position, and I make sure I get my line together. So now you play your knight back to c5 and say, I got a clamp on the c5 square. I own the square. It's all mine. And now I'm going to bring my knight into the game. Well, now black can play this very intriguing move, bishop to b5. Well, okay, you're real cute, aren't you? You're trying to take advantage of the pin and get the bishop to the c6 square. Well, what if I respond with the top move, knight to a3? What? Wait a second. What's happening over there? This move is really quite interesting to see. And now the best response, takes, is now met by takes on b5. But now we're just talking about a knight being on b7. Now we got a black pawn on the b2 square. I'm having way too much fun with this line. The rook's hanging. Well, there's rook takes, and then thankfully we can take back queen takes, and white still maintains the grip on this position. We are just in fantasy land now with these intriguing variations, which aren't that fanciful, like they just may not happen at all. But this is kind of a unicorn position we're looking at with some really interesting variations start to pop off. We'll see which one actually lands on the chessboard as white is meditating on this position. Actually, it's black to move, sorry. No, rook c8 is on the board. Yeah. Excuse me, I was just testing the move myself, but it's sitting on the board now. Could we possibly see that line? That would be absolutely amazing and fun. You don't see stuff like this every day, but here you have it at the American Cup.
Hilarity breaks out. Bishop b5 and knight a3, purposely putting our pieces on
such fun moves. You know, if I saw that, I would definitely go for it just because it's so fun.
Knight a3 is crazy. Yeah. I thought he was going to say, you don't want to play rook c8 because after knight d6, you know, we exploit the pin. No, knight c5, bishop a, obviously Maurice has too much time on his hands. What a fantasy.
You say that, but it can happen on the board.
What a fantasy. I thought the plan might be just what Alice has been wanting to do all the time, which is to
5 here that forces the trade. That's why I think Maurice was retreating with the knight.
Well, don't I do what we previously did with?
Oh, it's not hanging on b7. Oh,
it is.
2 black pieces are hanging.
But 2 black pieces are hanging as well. I'm going to get. Hopefully, I'm going to get something. But still, I mean, if Alice ever gets this knight, which is currently on the b1 square, onto the b3 square, and then to the green pastures of c5, well, she'll have a dominant position. And the clock times also, I think Rachael was the one who was from the opening 30 minutes behind. They've gotten closer, but still Alice is enjoying a lead on the clock.
Extra 12 minutes,
Extra
yes.
12.
But this is a critical position. We already know Alice has a big advantage, but she does need to calculate and not give Rachael chances for any counterplay.
Indeed. I got to go with the favorites for just a moment. I'm going to check in on the game of Fabiano because guess what? Fabi did make, I want to say, a very, very consequent decision. After we left it at this point, and we suspected the move bishop c6 would be played. He did play bishop c6, rook b8, and Mishra is saying, look, I have my trump. I want to play b5, maybe not immediately because there will be a trade and there will be a rook landing on a7, but eventually I want to get there. And Fabi said, well, I'm more worried about maybe you're moving your rook and playing the move knight e5. So I'm going to stop you from even thinking about such a possibility, and I'm going to play the move f4.
And white's next plan is pretty clear, right? Knight f3, e5 is coming.
Yes, in a very harmonious way, knight f3, e5, especially if we maintain this pin.
Maybe also, sorry to interrupt you.
Please, no worries.
Queen f3, knight c4. I've seen that setup as well.
Also very promising looking attack. One of the things, though, when you're attacking one of your responsibilities as an attacker is to make sure everybody's been invited to the party. Okay? Like, you want to attack, but you don't want your pieces to be laggards. You know, this
You want
bishop.
to include the rook and the bishop.
Exactly. So if you had prepped it with rook, you know, maybe up and over, knight f3, yeah. So I start to worry that, well, worry is not the right word, but I'm saying, can I be ornery? Can I be obstinate and say, I've got.
That's a very courageous move.
Thank you. Please, flattery.
I think Fabio would welcome that move just because finally it opens up the position. And yes, you mentioned not all white pieces are participating in the attack, but look at the black pieces as well, right? The knight is pinned, bishop's not developed.
Agreed.
So I feel like positionally, when your pieces are not well placed, playing f5 to open out the position cannot be correct.
Agreed. But at the same time, I'm saying I don't want to be a passive spectator and watch you play your knight f3, e5, and crush me off the board. So I wanted to stop you from playing knight f3. And that was what the whole intention of the move f5 was about. I wanted to check, get out of the way. And I know Irene is anxious to answer all the questions that you provided to her as we get ready to prepare on break. We have Irene Sukandar as a part of our broadcast team who is helping us during our breaks as we pass her the ball, and she is ready to answer all your questions about the players.
Yes, please don't forget to send her questions via social media, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, maybe even YouTube, your choice.
Yep.
And she'll be happy to answer them. We'll be right back. Over to you, Irene.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to four, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after classical, it all came down to rapid and blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In the break now, I'm going to show a little bit of the current position of what's happening between Alice Li and Rachael Li. And as promised, this is going to be like the most exciting games in round one so far. Because, well, if Maurice showed a very interesting line over here after rook c8, there might be a chance of playing knight c5, which then you can go with a... Where was that again? Bishop b5 and then knight a3 and so on. But none of this would happen because after rook c8, Alice Li decided to develop the knight as she put the knight on d2, and now both of the rooks are connected, and the tactical line that Maurice showed will not happen, unfortunately. Otherwise, it would have been very interesting to see it on the board. And coming back to the favorite, actually, the tournament favorite is, well, it is my tournament favorite because I think it's also most of the commentators' pick right now. It's Fabiano Caruana versus Abhimanyu Mishra. And Yasser has been telling us that everyone has to join to the party when you're attacking. And he's rightly so, because in this position, yeah, you would naturally bring all your knights, your rooks to the center where the battlefield is currently happening. And you would like to push the pawn to e5 with all the help from your pieces. And here after rook d8, yeah, I think white sits very comfortably. I mean, knight f3 is going to come, rook a3, rook e3, and probably the prophylactic move king h1 as well. I myself is a positional tactical player, and I like to see such a move, like a prophylactical thinking happening on this board too. And we didn't touch this game in the last break, but let's go to the game between Anna Sargsyan versus Tatev Abrahamyan, because this was coming from a French opening. And most of other games that I see on my board right now, white most of the time are slightly better, but only in this game that black is slightly better. So let's take a look what's happening from the start. So it comes from another French opening. As we remember, another French opening also happened in the game between Carissa versus Anna Zatonskih. And here, Anna Sargsyan took a different approach. She chose to play the very sharp knight c3 variation, but this is a bit anticlimax though, because I was expecting a more sharp variation. But after you take on d5, we are in the kind of like a pseudo exchange French variation, and people know it's a more quiet variation for both of the sides of the players. So let's see how the game turns out. So white has doubled pawn on the c file here, but there's quite a big compensation that white has the double bishop, like the pair of bishop, and we know positionally usually it's always an advantage to have the pair of bishops. So castle, knight e2, and takes here, bishop e3, and now castling. So as I said, white, even though now is kind of a triple pawn on the c file, but the c5 pawn will soon be captured, and Tatev did it right away. So if white loses her right or her advantage of this pair of bishops, then she will be left with only these double pawns, which is going to be the permanent weakness in the endgame. So if she could try to find some compensation through other means, even if now I think she's going to lose her pair of bishop, yeah, she couldn't find anything else, then I think it's safe to say like this double pawn will be like the trouble of the position. But let's see how the game goes. After bishop e6, queen b1. So queen c7, queen b4, and now black is trying to attack the c pawn as she should. And with the last move, rook b1, white is trying to find some counterattack towards the pawn on b7, rook e8. Oh, this is actually, this is such a tricky line. So after rook e8 here, you might think that the pawn on b7 is hanging, but no, it's not hanging, because there's a very typical trick after queen takes b7, and you might be surprised after this move. Rook e1, boom, and suddenly black is just much winning, because whatever happens, white will lose some material here. If you take the rook, of course, you will lose the queen, but if you move your king like this, you just take the queen, and the rook on a1 is hanging. So even in such a position like this, tactics might happen at any point. So players, they have to be ready if such a situation arises on the board. But well, we're in the American Cup, so none of these players would blunder such a thing. So let's come back to the current position after rook f e8 and bishop f1. Now this is such a prophylactic move, bishop f1 to stop rook e1 check. So now the pawn on b7 is actually end-free, and Tatev didn't try to protect the pawn. In fact, she goes for another attack, queen f4, because now if queen takes b7, you're losing the rook, you're losing the pawn on c3 with the rook, or there might be even a better outcome here, but I don't see anything else. I mean, there's queen c3, king h1, queen takes c3, which I think resulting in the same position, but I think rook takes c3 is just straightforward, capturing the pawn back, and now black stands better. But it hasn't happened yet, because I don't think Anna Sargsyan would try to get the pawn on b7. I think a prophylactical move like king h1 is needed here, because again, c3 is always going to be the troublemaker in this position, and white has to try her best to find some compensation out of it. And on the other game, this is also another interesting game, which I predict will finish the earliest. It's the game between Leinier Dominguez versus Sam Sevian, because in the beginning of the game, they're kind of blitzing it out, because it comes from the Open Spanish, and we know in the Open Spanish, it's like a very, very deep variation, and you can go for like 30 minutes into your prep, and I think this is exactly what happened in their game. So let's take a look. So knight f6, castle, and Open Spanish, the characteristic is you take on e4 like this, and then you just enjoy the preparation all of these players. So d4, b5, bishop b3, everything is according to the books. Bishop e7, c3, knight c5, bishop c2, and it doesn't really show the time when they did these moves, but believe me, they're blitzing this out. So d3, yeah, it looks like everything is very, very dangerous. But again, this is their prep, and their prep is very razor sharp and very, very deep. So let's continue. Takes on b3, ab, and after bishop f5, bishop e3, everything comes all together. And then rook e3, takes everything, takes this one. So yeah, this is kind of unique, because now black has a pass pawn on d4, but black has to prove whether this is a real pass pawn, because it can be deceiving. This can be a very weak pawn that white would be able to keep pressuring on it, because now you see after rook d8, rook c1, trying to control the file, h6, king h2, prophylactic move by Leinier, and then a5, g3, and after some trades in the queen side like this is what I say, this game might finish earlier than others, because I don't see anything's happening here, because after queen c3, I think you can try to take. No, you shouldn't take, I guess, because I don't have any engine running over here. If white just doesn't change the characteristic of the position, I think it's still pretty much equal. Although the eval bar shows white is slightly better, but I think equal is a more objective evaluation in this position. So if the game indeed ends with a draw, and it's a quick draw, relatively quick than others, then they can have a good rest for the next match, because tomorrow everything is going to be decided who is going to go through the next stage in the champions bracket. I'll see you again on another break.
Thank you, Irene. And we do have a first result already in the open section. It was a draw between Levon Aronian and Awonder Liang.
The two players had reached this ending after h2, h4, and I think Awonder chose a very nice line of h5, sacrificing a pawn, and these double pawns on h file gives Awonder a beautiful hiding square for his king, and indeed, after further play, there was simply a repetition, as neither side could make any progress. I want to say a well-played game, but on the other hand, it was so much theory involved. It didn't feel like the players really got off.
True, but I do think Awonder found the right ideas to defend. That knight maneuver, especially to d6, was very strong.
Exactly. The knight is on ideal square. It's very hard for white to aspire for advance e4. You really don't want to play b4 and ruin your own structure on the queen side. You told us about the knight c4. So again, very well played game and a draw. Tomorrow the players will be switching colors for the second classical game, and this is our first result of the American Cup.
Yes, that was a bit early, but
A bit early.
should we take a look at the brackets to remind everyone who's playing
Sure.
whom, what the classical matchups look like? We have a tap seed Fabian. We start with the women's section. We have Carissa playing with the white pieces against Anna Zatonskih. Then Anna Sargsyan facing Tatev Abrahamyan. Two youngest players, Alice Li playing Rachael Li, and then Irina Krush against Zoey Tang. In the open section, we have Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces facing the youngest player in this event, Abhimanyu Mishra. Levon and Awonder already drew their first classical game.
Exactly.
Then Leinier Dominguez playing Sevian, and Wesley So against Robson.
Just as we went on our break and we were coming back, I was told there was a draw had been agreed, and I thought it was a game between Leinier, by the way, Leinier Dominguez and Sevian, but no, they're still at it as Leinier is hoping to round up this pawn on C3. Sam's pawn on C3, he's hoping to capture it.
It does look like it will end in a draw as well, though.
That's what I thought was happening. But we did have some games, especially amongst our favorites, starting with Fabiano versus Mishra. When we left, the engine, we liked white space. We liked what Fabi was doing. Fabi had just played the move F4. And as you were saying, knight F3 and E5, well, there's some easy, happy moves that Fabi has in mind. From Mishra's perspective, he has this rook on E8 that's in this very kind of
Very
annoying
uncomfortable
pin. So it's quite understandable why he chose the move rook D8. I thought F5 was a risky move. He was playing with fire, but I found myself drawn to it. Okay, he did not play that. Queen E2 was played, knight F6, and we have caught up with the players as Mishra is looking to untangle his pieces.
Maybe the bishop can come to G4 now, right?
Exactly. Maybe bishop G4 is on Mishra's
You know what
agenda.
I really like for Fabiano here?
What's that?
Including the rook in the game, rook A3.
Rook A3.
Seems like a natural move.
It does,
I don't know
doesn't
where
it?
I'm going, but it's better on A3.
I'm pausing because it's not like the queen has that many. I'm looking at bishop F5 specifically, okay?
That I can take. Rook's no longer on E8.
Oh, talk about blindness. You're
changed.
right. Okay, yes. Whoop. Okay. Well, in that case.
Bishop D7.
Well, I can't play bishop. I'm worried. I'm a pawn grabber.
Yes, you don't want to allow that.
I don't want to allow it.
I forgot about the pawn on A6.
Bishop D7, queen takes.
That was probably why Fabi put the queen on E2. I was wondering because it didn't seem like a necessary move.
Right,
Could have just played knight F3.
right.
He's looking at that A6 pawn.
Bravo. I'm wondering what Mishra wants to play next.
Well, Mishra can still play bishop B7 and take back with the queen.
Okay, bishop B7, and in case of trades, the pawn is nicely covered. And again, you are aspiring to play for B5. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Okay. For a moment there, I was like kind of stunned. Like, what am I supposed to do if I can't play bishop G4 or bishop D7? But bishop B7 makes sense. And finally, also in the ladies section, our overwhelming rating favorite, Carissa, we think that she just had a very nice symmetrical position with an extra tempo or two.
That's still the case.
Except Anna said, you know what? For the longest time, you had the opportunity, you, Carissa, had the opportunity of winning the two bishops. I'm going to deny you the pleasure of that. She just retreated her bishop.
Of course, we enjoy White's position here, so much space on the queen side, but how do we make progress? It's not that simple.
No, that is true. Because of the structure and the fact that we do have space, I always look for outposts. So I say, hey, man, what about you? This knight on D2, where would you like to go? And the knight responds, I would like to
Maybe queen
win.
C6?
Yeah, I would like to win control of the C5 square. Give that a shot. Maurice, weigh in on this round one of the American Cup.
Well, I love the way you just teed that up. Let's Go wins control of the c5 square. Well, it may happen in that game, but it definitely has happened in the game between the two Lees. Again, Alice put that knight on b7, and I'm still trying to figure out any opening line with a knight landing on b7 with the white pieces. I'd probably be thinking for a while. Might have to go filter that on ChessBase to get an answer to that question. But in this position, her opponent in trouble played the move c6. This knight went to d2, and now the knight finally found the c5 square. I can bet you money nobody would guess that the knight got to c5 by going through a5 to b7 and now to c5. And then when the move knight to a6 gets played, it traded itself off. What a journey for this piece, which, by the way, happened to be the kingside knight of all pieces as well. Yeah, if you're confused, it's incredible. The journey, I love creating studies where the knight does all this dancing and prancing. This knight was quite study-like itself, and now rook takes a6. And we see that the buddy on d2 said, hey, if c5 was good for you, it's going to be good for me. Has not been played as yet, but knight b3 heading to the c5 square would be a fantastic move. All the other games are fairly evenly matched, but this one, not at all. You've got a pass pawn for white on a4. You've got a backward pawn on c6 that's never going to move for black. The outpost, the beautiful bishop on g2. This is all white all day.
Thank you, Maurice. Epic. Epic, that knight jumping and prancing. Just
The
flipping
hero of the
around.
game.
Yeah, exactly. Flipping around the boards. I'm seeing exciting games throughout, but where would you like to go, Nasi? Which game has
A
caught
lot
your
of
eye?
pieces have been traded in the Wesley So Robson game, so let's catch up.
I'm
with
on that game,
position.
and it was strange because I liked what Wesley did, but now I kind of feel like Ray has played very well, and after this last move, e2, e3, I think the worst is behind Ray. Maybe queen b4 would have been my choice. Again, just targeting the pawn on b4 while defending the pawn on f4. The reason I have an issue with the move e2, e3 is played is I don't have a really good answer for queen g6 check.
Is he allowing repetition?
Well,
If I go king h1,
king h1, queen e4 check kind of post up.
king g1,
And you're really lucky I don't have a rover.
Rook on e6.
Yeah, I mean, I do have a perpet, I think, in hand.
I
but
always have queen d3 to force the trade.
oh, good. Oh, you thank you for alerting me to that, because
queen f3, queen d1, I can
you
force
know,
it.
yeah. Because otherwise, there are a lot of weak squares around Wesley's king. So after the move e2, e3, it wouldn't surprise me that Ray with the move queen g6 check, king h1, maybe king f1, queen e4, ideas of picking up this pawn, we might see a perpetual check.
Yes, I do think perpetual is coming in this game. I don't see how white could claim any advantage and play for more.
Exactly. If I took back the move e2, e3, by the way, that was why I was thinking that queen b4 might actually a chance for something, because in this case, if you do give me a check, there's no follow-up check on the e4 square. I've got that covered, and I am ready to blast on the d6 pawn, and maybe on a good day, either rook to g1 or rook to d1.
Do you have a move? Ray hasn't given a check. He played rook c8.
Whoa, okay. So Ray is basically saying, you know what? I'm in no hurry to
Yeah, I have the
finish
repetition
the
in my
game.
pocket.
Yeah. Rook c8, maybe he's thinking, okay, check, rook c2. Wesley will say, okay, I've got to include my rook into the game as well. Check, king, and if you do give me a rook c2, I can...
Rook d6.
Rook d6.
Ooh, I blundered something.
Ooh, we
Wait, what
blundered
did we miss?
f5.
Oh, f5.
Yeah,
f5.
I forgot. Cutting the electrical current The protection of the rook on c2. Oop, I'm not gonna blunder a raised
So easy
rook.
to blunder.
Well, which means that I have to play check first.
And then rook c2.
And then rook c2.
Do I have f3? And then, no, you give me queen g6, check.
Then
Check. Never mind.
Then it doesn't work. Well, let me show you what you might have missed. Okay, so we're having fun with this one, but it does look like a draw is in view. I'm gonna go. Sorry, I wanted to go to Irina Krush's game because she is getting. It's the eternal fight. What's better, the bishop or the knight? Right?
Depends on the position.
Depends on the position. Queen and knight versus queen and bishop. The meme, what we've told ourselves over countless generations, and I think I'm going to give this to Capablanca. Capablanca, he won a number of endings of a queen and a knight versus queen and bishop. John Watson, in his book, said, well, wait a minute. The queen and bishop aren't that bad. In this particular position...
Is it really winning a pawn?
Well, that's a question number one, but it's also, is it a good knight versus bad bishop? So you wanted to ask.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to look at. Queen
Check.
d1, king g2.
Queen e2.
And another,
Yes, no, no, yes. Knight c5.
Yes, knight c5, perfect. That's exactly what I was looking for.
You're so enthusiastic. Like,
For some reason, I thought
there
I
was
was...
a pause.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought black had e4 and I was going to lose... Never mind.
Yeah,
This is
but
good.
this is good. It feels preferable for
sure. The
white.
bishop on f6 is unprotected, pawn on a6. White king looks pretty safe for the moment, so
Yeah, some line
if
like
anyone's better, it's definitely white.
yeah, some line like this, you are very happy to
Oh, absolutely.
you're enjoying yourself being a pawn to the good. So Irina could make that move, but I think mentally she's not ready to I don't know, weaken her king. And in a sense, I would rather have you.
I think she has to.
She has
if you
to.
do this slowly, I'll go queen d2, and because of a tactic, queen c1 threat, I don't think you're winning a pawn anymore.
Okay. The weirdest thing in the world is that Grandmaster Ulf Andersson ruined a generation of players. He played the Catalan, and he liked whenever there was a knight on d3 and a pawn on e2, he claimed white's better.
Really?
Like just this position, by Ulf's standards, white is almost winning. It's like there was certain position that Ulf had a knack for. I mean, it was his wheelhouse, to borrow Maurice's phrase. Think of a light square blockade for just a moment. And
It looks really nice. But
I'm going to put everything on light squares. I'm going to go foom, foom. And I kind of got this like weird control. So I'm not going to dispute Ulf Andersson. You don't have to fight with me, but Ulf will tell you that knight c5 white's better. And by the way, just in that line,
I think queen b7 is just more concrete, having an extra pawn in the end game. Just
yeah. I'm forgetting about a6 for just a moment. Ulf will tell you you're lost.
Yes,
Like
I
that
would
this
agree
is
here. It
that,
should be
that this
lost.
is like just a very, very good knight versus
King coming directly to the white squares. Yes,
yeah.
yes.
This is what Ulf would play for. Maybe he would actually do it in a much better way.
The
by
problem is growing up with the engines, it taught me that no position is lost, even though it should
I
be.
know.
So even here, I keep looking at the Valbar, it keeps saying it's equal.
Exactly, and it's terrible. I hate that. But let's throw it to Maurice, who has a special guest with him.
I am with Grandmaster Levon, Aronian, one of the great players, former world number 2, and fantastic year last year, 2026 now. How's it feeling to be playing chess here at the St. Louis Chess Club, the American Cup? Always a pleasure.
Yeah, no, I mean, so far I'm a bit rusty. I think somehow with age I need to play more to get in shape, and today was kind of an example of that. I made a sloppy move, h4, and then I think after h5 is already, he gets all the counterplay. But I think my position was kind of pleasant. You know, I could have played rook g1, then rook g3, bishop d3. I was rather enjoying myself up to a point when I made a mistake.
Is this what I believe Magnus called old man's chess? You don't try to go after the youngins in the wild positions. You just kind of keep everything under control?
He played old man's chess. And the line that he chose is a very kind of solid, very, very, I would even call it a Stonewall type of line. No, I mean, I was looking for more action out of the game. Didn't want to play the end game immediately. But there are no other ways to play against this line. It's kind of a Berlin.
I see. Now, this kind of event, it doesn't allow you necessarily to ease into it. It's not like I'm going to play 9 rounds. Like round 1 or 2, I can make a couple of draws. This says you better win a match early. What's your strategy, knowing that you didn't get anything with the white pieces? Now you get black pieces tomorrow.
My strategy is remembering that I'm normally a good player in a knockout system and believing in myself.
Good, wise words. What about your opponent? You see someone like Awonder really rise up in the ranks. He went off to college, got a degree, came back, and now he's 2,700.
Yeah, no, of course he's an amazing player, very talented, and of course it makes me very happy that I have a compatriot, and generally the American chess has so many talented youngsters. It means that what we're doing is right.
A good deal indeed. So during this game, have you had a chance to look at any of the other games? Were you thinking about Fabi's position, for example? That's a sharper position. The kind
yes.
Maybe
yes.
you wanted to have that kind of headbanger position today. What's your opinion? Give us your take on that position so far. And a matter of fact, I'll just pull it up so we have it.
I thought it's very interesting. I thought, I didn't see this part. Now it looks like black is very comfortable somehow, because he can never play e5, and black is just pushing b5, b4. So maybe it's easier to play with black, actually.
You think this is my turn, or Fabi has it under control?
I mean, I don't like the visuals of it. I don't know, it might be slightly worse for white.
Fascinating. What about, stay in the open section. Okay, this looks like...
This is a dead draw?
Dead draw between Leinier and Sam, and the game between Wesley and Ray.
Something was weird in this game, because can we just go to the early stage?
Yes.
So, I remember seeing a game that Fabi played against in the World Cup against Abbasov, and Abbasov played bishop g5, knight d7, knight c3, h6, bishop f4. Okay, which I thought was logical. I come to the game and I see the same position as white to move, and it's still okay.
Wow.
But that was kind of weird that he got the same position,
good
tempo
recollection.
up.
Yes, tempo up and still not able to do anything much with it.
That's how solid the Catalan is.
Yeah, exactly. Solid certainly for the black pieces. So not much it looks like.
I think it's kind of equal the way it looked. I mean, black will always get counterplay. I mean, even if he loses the pawn, all these checks are going to come.
Major piece position with exposed king for white will always be a challenge, for sure. All right, well, let's get to another position. Let's look at this position. You've got to like white all day with this one with Carissa.
Oh, yeah.
This would be a dream for you to have.
Yes. Alice actually, she played well, I think, generally, the game. I was looking and I was guessing that she's going to put some pressure, and now it looks very good.
None of us picked her to win the event, despite the fact that she's a reigning champ and she's won 2 of these. Are we overlooking something with this youngster? She knows how to play these knockouts, maybe?
Oh, she's very good. She's very talented. And normally, I mean, the younger players are kind of, you expect them to be very tactical, tricky, like Carissa. But Alice is a different style of a player. She's more positional. I like that.
We appreciate your take. I'll just put you to work a little bit longer. Let's look at Irina, 8-time champ. This one looks like white is trying to prove something.
It should be fine for black. I don't know, b6. Am I blundering a pawn?
I'm wondering if I take on a6, what happens? You're looking for something in here with the queen on e4 looks like quite a dominant piece.
I'm thinking like some bishop e7. Maybe I'm venturing too far. Yeah, I mean it's slightly better for white, but normally black should be able to equalize this. Like,
Yasser said, Ulf Anderson gets the knight on d3. It's over. But maybe
it happened to me once. Once I was playing against Ulf, who was over 60, and he offered me a draw. I told him no, and then he got the knight to d3, and that was the moment when I offered it.
Did he take it?
Yeah.
He did. You realized a great story. And your countrywomen,
yes,
Sargsyan versus Abrahamyan, didn't turn out too great for white in the opening here, but Tatev has been sitting, it seems, for quite a while after this capture on queen takes on b7.
Yeah, I think she can play queen e3, queen c3, yeah. Looks pleasant
that
for
way.
black, yeah. Yeah, somehow white's king's side is kind of exposed. I mean, normally this dark squares are going to be a problem in such
Indeed,
situations.
after
yeah.
f3, I think we covered, looks like we covered everybody. Wait, no, we didn't look at Carissa yet. Let me
yeah.
stop. Let's take a quick look at this one. And this bind on the queen side does look like a challenge.
Yeah, she was playing very well, I think, the whole game. I mean, she's putting a lot of pressure. It's really not easy to untie yourself. Like, you can go rook d2, and or you can play h4. You know, I would hate to be black here, because I myself enjoy this type of a squeeze.
Indeed. You know, I thought most of these positions I was going to give you would be new to you because you were busy playing your own game. But it seems like you were actually following some of the other games. I think she's playing well, she's handling the position well, and looked like you're a fan of a lot of the games.
Maybe that is the problem. That's why I blundered h5.
Yeah, say a little bit more focus on your game, but we do appreciate your thoughts. Thanks, Levon, and get your rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Always delighted to hear from Levon, and I love the story with Ulf. That was my turn to offer a draw. I wanted to jump right into the game between Fabi and Mishra because, again, this is the number 1 versus the number 8 seed type of thing. But if you look at the clocks, 21 minutes for Fabi, 27 minutes for Mishra. Mishra got in his b5 break. And what does that mean? Normally it means in a Benoni that black has the majority on the queen side. And let's put that to use. And white has a majority in the center, and white is aspiring to play the move e5, not blundering the pawn on d5. So normally speaking, as black, we start with a move, let's say c5, c4. And I'm assuming you want to go queen c2?
Yes, queen c2, so e4 pawn stays protected.
Exactly. And I'll go knight d7. And the idea is, even though I'm trading off this beautiful defender, I'm really hoping that on a good day I'll be able to plant my knight on d3, and maybe with queen b6. I'm lurking. I'm lurking.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
yeah,
for a Benoni, doesn't this look great for black?
Yeah, it's like both sides of it would really feel to you like both sides have gotten what they want, but you know, I am going to be playing rook d1 and e5. You are playing for, you know, b5, b4, c3, knight c5, knight d3. You've got trumps, I've got trumps, and the whole point is usually it ends up dynamically balanced. You know, Michael Tal convinced me that the Benoni was both sound and unsound.
And, it's a very good way to describe it.
It really is. And I have lost on the white side to Benoni players when I thought I was doing really, really well until, you know, a knight landed on d3 and kind of kicked me in the head. One Garry Kasparov, for one, jumped the fence. and white has these pawns on d5, e4, f3, and he put a knight on d3, and it was pretty weird. Anyway, this particular position, give me your best guess. Would you prefer to play white? Would you prefer to play black?
You know, actually, I would start to prefer black here. I'm very much
And the clock.
the clock too. Well,
yeah.
it's not a big difference, but it's a sign that Fabiano's not very happy with his position.
Exactly.
I like initiative, and I like active moves, and it looks like black will be making active moves for the next couple of moves.
Exactly. Also, I think it's intriguing to me that Fabi, for whatever reasons, did not choose to include AB, AB. You would think it would be in white's favor to do that because, after all, the rook is on the open A file, and not that I can play rook A7 right away, but I'm looking forward to asking him why he didn't include that, because it would have been
Maybe he thinks he's not in
trade.
a rush. He can still do it on the next move.
Sure, he'll keep the tension.
So he's trying to be more flexible in his position.
All right, but I do see this as a very intriguing game, as we'll throw it to you, Maurice.
Yes, and we saw a move about to get played there, so we can jump to that screen as well, because what I have is a more abstract comment right at this moment in time, and I want to make it because it is about time. It's about the situation on the clock. These players are competing in an event that's classical, we call it, but it's a bit of fast classical. It's game 90 plus 30. It's not like you're going to get a new time control and time added. So you have to manage your clock times really well, because you're going to just inexorably go down to a point where you're closing in on 0, and then you're only going to be able to play on the increment. And you don't know, in the position you're in right now, whether or not it's going to be a complex one once it gets to that point. So we've got to pay attention to the clock, just how they're managing it. I see the games between Fabi and Abhimanyu, we saw that was 21 minutes for Fabi, 23 minutes for Abhimanyu, and still what is a rich position. Anyone can make mistakes when time pressure starts to get at you. Carissa has 35 minutes. Her opponent, Anna, only 13 minutes. 13 minutes to play this extremely complex endgame. That's going to be difficult. We could see mistakes just crop up out of nowhere, and we likely will. Wesley with 27 minutes, Ray at 17. That game is closing in on something a bit more simplified and easier to play, so not necessarily problematic there. Irina Krush down to 15 minutes in a position she probably thinks, I'm a little bit better here, I would like to win. Her opponent, Zoey, with much more time on the clock at 29 minutes, in fact, double the time on the clock. And you could best believe Irene is thinking, I've got this nice knight. I've got the Ulf Anderson knight. I want to do some work here, but she doesn't have much according to the engine. And you see her looking deep into the position, trying to find something very specific. Will she bail out? Realizing the time is ticking very quickly. 14:45 left. Not so much that you panic, but trust me, give it a few more minutes and she'll start feeling the pressure. Leinier with 28 minutes. That's an interesting time for him to have, because Leinier is usually getting into time pressure. But with 28 minutes against Sam's 31, not that big a deal. Alice Lee has a dominant position and double the time on the clock. That's over, or should be. Rachael in terrific trouble. And the last one, Anna Sargsyan against Tatev Abrahamyan. A nice advantage for white, even though the position may be slightly better for black. But that could get complex, could get wild, could get crazy very, very easily. And the players with many pieces still left on the board. As you see there, right there, you saw Tatev glance over at that clock, because she's going to be feeling the pressure soon as she looks for some kind of clarity, some resolution. Down at 13 minutes, you start feeling it hot under the collar. We've all been there, all of us commentators. Time pressure makes fools of us all. You don't want to be there, but somehow, sometimes, guys, it just happens. Like, I thought I had time on the clock.
Yeah, haven't we all? Absolutely. And the way it dissipates, I think that something happens. The rules of physics, the whole space-time continuum shifts. When you're in time trouble, your seconds go by like
Faster.
instantly.
Every chess player would agree with that.
I know.
And also a reminder, they don't get a second time control. There's no additional 30 minutes after 40 moves.
Exactly.
This is it, 90 minutes with 30-second increment for the rest of the game.
I'd just like to shift our attention to the game of Wesley So and talking about time trouble for just a moment, because two things I thought were quite amusing about this game. First of all, Ray is Mr. Time Trouble himself. I mean, there's a picture in the dictionary of Ray and time trouble. He is a perpetually behind on the clock, and that is the case today. Wesley has 26 minutes to Ray's 18. But it was in particular this last move by Wesley that caught my attention. I had expected Wesley to play the move H2, H3, covering the square G4, maybe on a good day, tucking the king away. No, a good general leads his army into battle.
I think he's provoking the perpetual.
King G3. So it was kind of funny at a time that
and the Ray did
was
give him a check. He went to F3 and repeated. So,
and we are expecting
yes, this
a
game
repetition.
should be over
So this
any
will be
moment.
another one of our draws. But if I were in Wesley's shoes right here, and again, we're talking specifically about the clock, I like the fact that Wesley is ahead on time, and I would have been a little bit more ambitious by playing the move H2, H3 to cut out the Queen G4 check and maybe say to my opponent, you know, you made a mistake, bad time management.
You're not at all worried about Queen E4 check and then Rook C2 ideas?
Queen E4 check, okay.
Because if you go to H2,
okay, what did
Rook
I miss?
C2,
And then what do I miss? I have to cover my F2 pawn, right? Fortunately, I still have Queen
maybe
D5.
Rook C8.
I still have,
Rook C8,
I can't play Queen D5 because I do lose.
F2 and B2.
That is amusing. So sorry. I was thinking that I always have Queen D5. No, in that case, there is no way that I should be playing for a win, and a draw is the correct result. We do have, by the way, King G3. We do have a couple of repetitions, and well, we've said it so many times when these two players match. They were collegiate dorm room mates, and I asked Wesley,
teammates,
yeah,
roommates.
teammates at Webster University, and I asked Wesley what university life was like. He goes, well, you know, Yasser, you wake up in the morning, you play blitz, you go to school, you go to class, you come back, you play blitz.
That's a good life.
Before you go to sleep, you play blitz. And that's what he did in college, is he played, Ray and Wesley probably played about 5,000 blitz games between the two of them, and they both became really good.
Yeah, if they draw the classical match, so tomorrow they'll have a rematch with the reverse colors. If it's a draw again, guess what? They'll play more blitz.
They'll play more blitz. Okay, where would you like it to go?
We could wait because Wesley could claim a draw on the next move, but Maurice has some updates for us. So over to you, Maurice.
Well, I'm just pleasantly reminded of the fact that in the first Millionaire Chess Open, these two college roommates took home first place prize and second place prize, which totaled $150,000. $100,000 to Wesley for defeating Ray, who had to sulk away with 50,000 big ones in his pocket. So yes, they came, they saw, and they conquered in that first year of Millionaire Chess back in 2014. And so yes, I guess the blitz paid off for real. As you see, these two are among the best in the country. And with Wesley, he was number 2 in the world at one point at 28-22 rating, that miracle year he had in 2016 when he seemed to win absolutely everything. So incredible there. Now, another game I'd like to point out, as just a quick update, is the game with Fabiano Caruana and Abhimanyu Mishra. Now, that game, Levon was saying that he was liking Black's game. He liked the way the turn was. But it's a highly complex position. And we saw the center pawns, Black starting to march on the queen side. So if we can pull this position up, you still have to be subtle, however. You got to worry about e5 at some point, but look, at the moment, it's not going to happen. Queen c7 is an Indian's top choice. However, Abhimanyu played rook to e7. This is an extremely ambitious, logical move, by the way. It's saying, I'm going to pressure your e-pawn, and you're just going to have to defend it. You're going to stay passive. The engine says, don't defend, and I'm not sure if I'm up to date here. Yes, AB5 was played. Don't defend the pawn. Be prepared for the GM trade. Well, in the case of this move and doubling on the file, we're killing this knight with the bishop. You'd be very happy to see that happen, of course, if you're black. And then it's kind of sidestep with the king out of the way and now say you can't really aggress my white squares anymore, my light squares, because you are no longer with a knight in your pocket. The knight that was on f6 is gone. And so exactly how do you handle this with black? This is basically an equal position. I'm sure Abhimanyu would say, I'm happy. I'm black against a number 3 player in the world. I'll take it, showing just how strong this young 17-year-old is. But again, he's being extremely ambitious with this move. Maybe he's just being logical. Maybe I'm overstating it, going after the e-pawn and forcing Fabi to think about this. Will he just have to trade down and accept a draw? I don't think that's necessarily going to happen, but they're both at 19 minutes now. So definitely an intriguing moment in this game as both players try to navigate the complications.
Thank you, Maurice. And we did see AB, and Fabi recognizing that Mishra's intentions of rook to e8 and attacking the pawn on e4. Fabi has played bishop to d4, anticipating that in case of rook e8, he'll have the move rook a7, so he can simplify. Yeah, and I mean, for me, the jury is out.
It's very balanced.
Yeah, but balanced, but dynamically,
yes.
Things could easily, and very, very quickly go wrong, by the way, because...
Could explode any minute for either color.
Well, I can imagine queen e8, knight take... There are trickies that suddenly you are like, oh, I missed that, and vice versa. You might get spanked. Bishop takes an e5, and bishop somehow gets snuffed out, and you can't, escape what's going on. So I see this as time trouble being nerves.
Yeah, I think they can either just call it a draw, simplify the position, and end the game, or they could one of them could reach time trouble, and the other will try to put pressure and set up those trickies that you were showing.
Exactly. But bishop d4 on the board, and again, I'm looking at the clock times. Mishra is also one of those players. He's a friend of time trouble. Let's put it that way. We've caught a lot of his games where he is in time trouble. Fabi has usually managed his clock very well, but Fabi is also a player, especially in the American Cup. I have seen him go down to a second. I am not kidding, and make a move with a second on this clock. Not once, not twice, but thrice and more.
I think I've seen Leinier do that 10 times.
I don't know how they do it. I would be in a panic, sense of panic. But there you go. We're going to keep an eye on this one as we toss it to you, Maurice.
Yes, I just wanted to point out in that position that rook B to E8 had not been played yet. We had the analysis board up, not the actual game board in that position. So just a big point there, as it is Abhimanyu's move, and he is thinking about that move, as you pointed out. I'm sure it's the #1 candidate on his list, and he is reaching, and there we go. In fact, it wasn't his #1 candidate. He's played his knight back to d7, allowing rook to a7. No, because of bishop takes on d4. So preventing that move, and here we go. The time ticking down. We're starting to get some really interesting positions pop up. One that is not so interesting anymore is this game that looks going to be the first victor, unless something strange happens, of the event, and it's Alice Li against Rachael Li. And Alice, as Levon pointed out, the way she's handled this position, the way she's playing, game knows game, as they say. And watching her handle this position, you just looks like this young lady's a boss. She's making good decision after good decision, making the right trades, and then just doing them quickly as well. And then whoop, whoop, suddenly she's up a pawn. And this is a position out of Yasser's book for sure, Pawn Grubbers Club, because she just did it masterfully. I'll go back a couple of moves right. I want to go before the knight trade right here. She offered a knight trade saying, go right ahead. I'm getting rid of all your good pieces. She tried to defend c5. Yeah, sure, you're defending it, but I'm going to insist. I insist. And then taking back with the pawn, an intriguing decision here as she isolated the b pawn but shut down the c file. You wonder, well, is this good? Well, after I attack your bishop, force it on the wrong side, let me go make your b pawn look silly. Your c pawn, by the way, is always going to be under pressure. I'm always going to have a pass pawn. Go for it. And your bishop, by the way, looks silly. And after this move, then queen e5, let me hit your bishop, and let me pocket the pawn now. And so she's just up material. She's up position. She's up time on the clock, 26 minutes to 7. Yeah. Can I change my pick? I'm just
Maurice,
wondering.
I already picked her.
You know, because she's looking like she wants to win this a third time, this young Alice Lee.
Yeah, and again, Nasi did pick her. You overlooked the fact that Nasi has chosen Alice Lee.
Oh, did she really?
Yes. You were so
I
happy
stand
with
corrected.
your pick of Carissa that you forgot about us.
Wait, did you pick? You
I
picked?
picked Irene.
Oh, I see.
Irina, right?
Irina.
Yeah.
Yeah, not. I was going to pick you. I mean, it was a layup for me that I was going to say Nasi, but since you weren't in the tournament, I couldn't do that. B2, B3 on the board. What's to say? I mean,
It's completely one-sided game.
it really it is, and Maurice covered it all. Extra pawn, good position for Alice. Alice is looking to maybe play moves like
I
Queen
really
E3.
don't see how Rachael could even try to create any kind of counterplay or chances for herself.
Exactly.
She's low on time, and her position seems very hopeless at the moment.
Exactly. Fabi, as we said, very, very dynamic. And I'm impressed by the move knight d7 by Mishra. I thought that rook e8, rook a7 was a very consequent line, but this move, knight d7, is very ambitious because just imagining, for example, after bishop takes e7, knight takes knight d4, you start to see ghosts. You start to say, hey, wait a minute. Why did I agree to this? Knight c6 is going to hit the rook on b8. It's going to hit the rook on e7. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Before you
I
panic.
think it's probably queen b6,
You
right?
go queen b8, yeah.
That's
queen
why.
b6, and look,
Yeah, I just
there's a
noticed.
nasty pin, and then suddenly the knight will go back, and you will start to
That's
to
what
work.
Yasser, for
Yes.
that reason, Fabi just played king h1
to sidestep
to
the
avoid all
pin,
this. Yes.
the pin that might occur. Okay, king h1 on the board,
Now Mishra could still play rook e8, right? It still looks. I don't know if you should take first on d4 and then go rook e8 or immediately. There's some difference, right?
Well, the problem is if I take on d4, I no longer have the pin, and knight c6 is going to hurt your feelings, right? I mean, it's like,
Very
oops.
much so, yes.
There's
I just can't do that.
So you can't encourage that.
But I was worried about rook a7. Now that bishop d4 is not a check anymore, you do have this in-between move rook a7.
Right, and to stop rook a7, I hate playing the move knight c5 because then the
My
pawns,
central pawns.
and now it's just I get suffocated. I'm choked to death, so I can't play that. But the move I'm intrigued by is
Maybe we do go rook e8, and rook a7 is not as scary as it looks. We just move the queen.
exactly we do. Okay, you attack my knight.
Yeah.
I move. Double-edged game. I don't know
Anything
who
can
stands
happen.
better here. Maurice, back to you.
Now I've got a question for both of you because I went to go look at my pick, Carissa Yip, and I'm thinking she's a boss in this position. Look at this gorgeous picture of White's pieces, and White gets to play the move knight to d5. Is it really White's move? I mean, I would love this. And I look over at the engine says 0.45, not that much. And are you kidding? And I'm sure Carissa's probably sitting there thinking, I've got much more than that. You got to be joking, especially when the engine says the top move is bishop to f8. I mean, are you kidding me? How is this not just amazing? And yet, the engine is now going down in its assessment of the position. Now it's 0.38 as the top move, and it looks as though, indeed, Anna is reaching for the bishop to play bishop to f8. But how do you guys feel about this position? Because if I had White, I just think I'm just a knock away from being able to roll this game up. The threat, however, is the move c6, and she has played bishop to f8. And I was going to say, if you make a quiet move, I actually tested it myself. If you make a quiet move like king to e2, how bad is it? It turns out that king e2 is really bad because now c6 challenges your knight, and your knight has to either step back for no reason, or if you go aggression with knight b6 takes, bishop takes, now you have a trade, back that up, a trade on d2. And if you play rook takes, suddenly the move c5, the dream that was in Rachel's game, erupts in this game, and black is completely fine just like that. Incredible how precise you have to be in chess. It looks so good, though. I mean, I'm thinking pizza for some reason. I don't even eat pizza, but that's what it looked like a second ago. Now it looks like old pizza.
Wow. First things first. Yeah, I mean, come on. Knight on d5, I'm much better than a pawn. I'm maybe even closer to 2 pawns advantage.
I think we all feel the same way. Black's position looks very ugly.
Absolutely.
And unpleasant.
And then, and second to your point, Maurice, when I saw all those trades, suddenly white's got nothing. Like, yes. Holy smokes.
Looks can be so deceiving.
It evaporated. But that's what I want to also say about today's modern engines. I put in some of my old games where I got the positions out of the openings I wanted, and I thought I was doing really great. Today's engines say, oh, that's triple zeros, or slightly better for me, whereas I thought, oh, I've got the 2 bishops and a nimzo, queen c2 nimzo, and I've got everything. No, engine says you've got nothing.
That's what engines always say, that every position is defendable,
Triple
but
zeros.
Here it's been triple zeros.
That's crazy. I would have thought, even before the move
she's
king
going
e2,
for it. Anna probably has calculated that line with the
up
c5,
to
very critical
c5,
move at the end. She only has 8 minutes, but for her that's plenty of time. But we do have Maurice with a very special guest. Over to you.
Thank you so much. And we are indeed with one of the founders of the St. Louis Chess Club, Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield. And it is indeed a pleasure to have you. And once again, the American Cup is here. How do you feel as the season has sort of kicked off with broadcasting and great chess?
This is great to show that we got great players in the U.S., right? And that we're competitive as a country.
You had a wonderful dinner. You hosted us, you and your husband, at dinner last night. You got to see all the players come in. You got to chat with everyone. What's the feeling like when you're hanging out with we chess players? We could be sometimes a challenging bunch.
No, not for me. I guess I know too many chess players, right? So it's a lot of grandmasters, the chess players are normally great people, you know?
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
As the season kicks off, we know that you're big into a number of other initiatives as well, one of them being literacy. Tell us about that.
Well, a while back, I wrote this booklet to teach myself literacy, how to read and write chess. And I wrote it for 7-year-olds. So you're old enough, you can read and you're 7.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden it started getting translated in other countries. Just random people. So now we're up to 19 languages.
Whoa, congratulations.
I know we're using it in a camp, you know, one of those refugee camps in Kenya. You know, where coaches in the U.S. are using it to teach their students. So you can't get better unless you learn the literacy. It doesn't mean you can't play chess. You just can't get better.
Of course, you got to be able to read the chess moves.
And talk to the chess coach, read the books. You can't even play in tournaments.
Yeah, filling quite a need. Did you ever think, many years ago before your husband said, let's start a little chess club, that you would be a chess author?
Nope. So, and then, you know, the chess merit badge is working really well with the scouts. 335,000 scouts have earned the chess merit badge. Think about that.
Incredible.
Every little town in America has some chess players now.
That's incredible. That is certainly an accomplishment.
You go back to school and you start some chess clubs. You play chess with your friends, and pretty soon you got an audience.
That's a big number, 333,000.
335,000. That's a big number.
Congrats on that. I don't think many people can say that they're personally responsible for making 335,000 new chess fans. That's pretty remarkable indeed. Playing in this tournament, we have some remarkable young ladies.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
you know, you have generously sponsored the Chess Queens Award.
Yeah.
And this is an award that gives $100,000 to any American American woman who becomes, or young lady, who becomes a grandmaster. Already, Irina Krush was awarded in post for her accomplishment back in 2013. But now Carissa is knocking on the door. She's almost there. Are you feeling excited about that?
Oh, yeah. I'm looking at her and what she's about 12 points under the 2,500.
Very close. I think it's 14, but certainly within striking distance. A few wins and she's there.
Yeah. I mean, she's just amazing. And she's, how many? She has 2 norms already?
Yes.
So she needs 1 norm, and she's actually already played above 2,500 years ago, but I think you have to be a certain level or a certain particular tournament, you know.
Well, you got to get the rating. That 2,500 actual number, she hasn't hit yet. But that said, I mean, you got your checkbook ready, gonna party. It must be a thrill that you sponsor this initiative, and now you have a player who's right there to accomplish it.
And we have Rachael Li, who's, you know, people are looking. We get some more female grandmasters, and we're going to kick ass on the Karen's Cup.
Well, you already have, in fact. You already had the reigning champ is Carissa. We had Anna Zatonskih win already. So there'll be more to look forward to, maybe even a Women's World Championship title as they continue to rise up the ranks. And you'll be grateful, and we'll be grateful that you were the one to sponsor it.
Oh, yeah. We're having fun in chess, right?
It is a lot of fun indeed. We thank you so much for your generosity and spending some time with us. Always a pleasure.
Take care.
Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, one of the great benefactors in chess. And a lot of people talk about Rex, but if she doesn't approve, it don't happen. Let me tell you right now. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Jeannie, indeed. And she has every right to be proud because it's not just Carissa Yip, but it is Rachael Li. And a lot of other lady players are saying, I now have that motivation. I really want to become a grandmaster as well. Speaking of wanting to become a grandmaster, Rachael Li is now 3 connected pass pawns to the good, and she is completely winning the game. Rachel's last move after trades was rook, and Alice is saying, look, I just want to promote my pawn. If I'm in Rachel's shoes, I got to tell you, I mean, it's time for desperado. I'm looking at Queen G5.
Like that,
exactly.
Right?
Queen G5. Maybe I'm trying to harass this rook. If I can go Queen G5 and maybe Queen D2. Let me just put some moves on. Oh, sorry. Let me put some moves on the board to show you.
Play safe. Rook F1. Protect everything.
And I'll go here, and you'll go here, and I'll go here. No, you're just going to go A7.
I can also include bishop E4 check and then play A7
Oh,
too.
no. I forgot about bishop E4 check. No.
Rachel has played, actually this is on the board, your line, queens on G5.
No kidding.
But she put the rook on D2.
Okay, let's see. Queen G5, did the rook move to F1?
Yes.
Okay.
And here she played rook to D2.
And again, she's spitballing bishop D3, but bishop E4 check, what you just showed, that's just too good.
Yeah, I don't think she has any threats actually after A6. Maybe she has to play rook A2 and
makes sense.
delay the pawn.
Makes sense, just to kind of
But
hold me up.
just B4, B5. Which pawn do we push?
Yeah, 3 connected pass pawns on the queen side, and there's not much hopes here. So we're expecting Alice to put the finishing touches, but Anna Sargsyan against Tatev, when we left it, we thought the position was pretty balanced, but not anymore. Over to you, Maurice.
Yes, just time pressure again. She's down to 3 minutes on the clock. And what did we say? I mean, you get into time pressure, you could be a great player, but you'll start making some pretty sketchy moves. And that's what happened here. If you look at the position, queen takes b7. She spent a long time right here before playing the move queen to e3 check. And then after the king move took, and she's perfectly fine here. She can play any move. She can play H5 if she wants to, just to make a luft on that side. Instead, she played rook b8. That's fine, too. And now the sudden and bizarre rook to b4. What's that move about? Yes, you're attacking a knight, but excuse me, you're dropping a pawn. That's just a pawn. It looked like she was actually attacking a pawn and a knight, but she forgot about the a pawn, and suddenly she's frozen like, what did I just do? My position was so good, and that's what happens when your clock starts ticking down. She doubled rooks, and now bishop b5, disconnecting those rooks, and things are looking quite bad at the moment. Queen c5, and we're waiting for white to make a move. She's got 16 full minutes on her clock. Nothing at all to worry about for Anna. Meantime, Tatev just struggling and probably still reeling from the fact that she just blundered so badly and lost the pawn for really just no reason at all. She could have played rook b2, just any normal move, and she would have been perfectly fine. So we're seeing this game and potentially this match take a dramatic turn for the worse for Tatev.
Wow, thank you, Maurice. And the time, again, 3 minutes for Tatev. That's not good. Turning my attention to Fabi versus Mishra, there was that rook a7 variation where Fabi did trade a pair of rooks, but again, Fabi is in this awkward moment where, yes, he could play e5, knight takes d5, queen d2, and he will recapture this pawn on d6, but it's not necessarily an advantage after he does that. And if you don't play for e5, well, all your pieces are more or less there.
Maybe he can include bishop d4 in preparation to e5?
Can he? So after, for example, bishop to d4, so something like this has more or less occurred, but could I essay, again, I'm looking for cheapos like knight takes d5 and knight takes e4.
You know, he's gone e5.
He's gone
not
e5.
Delaying it.
Yeah.
E5 is on the board.
I mean, if you don't do it now, sometimes if you delay, you never get a chance to play it anymore.
Very true, yes.
Okay, e5 on the board, and let's see, knight takes d5. This looks like the most consequent move. Queen.
Do you think it's all about the time as well now? Because Mishra's down to 10 minutes, Fabi's down to 12, and the position, is it simplifying? Maybe, but there's still a lot of trades and
key decisions to be made.
Absolutely.
Over to you, Maurice.
It's blowing up over in the ladies section because another game with Irina, Krush, and Zoey Tang with a lot of action on the board and also on the clock. Let's take a look. Here, we see the pawn on b7 is hanging, and the best move is the quite beautiful bishop to e7 in this position, pinning the knight to the pawn, not allowing you to trade directly. If you play knight, that is with queen takes, because we trade and take your pawn. But if you play this move, there's a queen c3 siding with the queen looking to come down on a1, hitting b4. Also, the a2 pawn will be hanging. So that would have been just fine for her, but she missed it. And instead, she played this move a5. And now queen takes b7 is perfectly good here after takes, and takes. This ending with the king marching up the board is actually quite nice, surprisingly so for white. Black's bishop is anemic in this particular position. Instead, though, she played this knight takes, a b4, queen b4, and now her opponent missed this move, and this is a very beautiful variation and very easy to miss after e4. The move bishop to e7, attacking the queen that's defending both the knight and the pawn on e4. Obviously, if you take, then after queen takes, you're not getting out of this perpetual check. The queen will check you forever. You can check that at home if you like. So in this position, she was again fine after knight takes b7, takes, but instead she played an inaccuracy, the move queen to c2, and after queen b3, suddenly she had a problem. Queen takes now on e2 can be met by knight d6, and switcheroonie, your f7 pawn is under attack, so that wouldn't have worked out. So instead, she, after the move queen d2, king to g2, queen b3, queen d2, king g2 on the board now. White is completely winning. The only thing for white is she's down to 2 minutes and 38 seconds, as you can see there on your screen. But black's defense is thankless. The a pawn is just going to at least get to a5, it looks like. But there's still some accuracy White's going to have to display, or at least some control over the game, but it's looking quite good for her, looking like she should win this game. Irina, meantime, Alice looking like she's about to win as well.
Thank you, Maurice. Indeed, Alice has got the pawn already on a6, and there's no desperados here for Rachael. I'm just not even seeing how Alice can spoil the game. It's just so winning.
She's played a perfect game. She got an advantage, won some material, but also kept defending her position, so there was nothing that Rachael could go after.
Exactly. And there's queen takes e6. You know, what's better than being 2 pawns up?
Being up 3 pawns.
3 pawns up. And queen takes e6, by the way, that just puts the kibosh on any ideas of f5, f4, and a checkmate against the king. Nope. This bishop is doing great work. And there's just a plethora of winning variations. I think queen takes e6, and we're going to see that in the game of Irina Krush. What I see, even though
She
queen
hasn't taken the
b7.
pawn.
Let me go back suddenly
She just wants
to
to
Alice.
promote. She wants to go a7, a8. Doesn't want to spend any time on the other pawns.
Can't blame
Because
you
black
for that.
still doesn't have f4. The rook is just hanging.
Exactly. Now Rachel's just hoping, throwing her queen. She can at least meet a7 with the move queen a5, but
I mean, I can play b4.
enjoy the munching one pawn, but these pawns are actually, they're too fast. They're just going to go b5, rook c1, and c7.
Yeah, it's absolutely lost endgame.
We're on handshake alert here.
Alice has a lot of time, but she's just very antsy to win. It's going to be the first win. It's always great to start the tournament with a win.
It truly is. And these mini match eliminations, they're really nervous affairs, right? And if you can win the match by avoiding, a playoff of any type, it's sort of like, it feels so good.
Absolutely.
So,
however, I'll say
Alice.
that because of how this tournament is set up, tomorrow Rachael will have the white pieces, and she only needs to win, so she has to go all in.
That's it.
Which is actually a fun way to play.
Exactly. You know a draw is as good as a defeat, so you can bring out your risk, the riskiest lines that you want to play, but you don't allow yourself to play.
Usually, yes.
Now you can do it. Queen d2 on the board, and
Alice played c6.
c6.
I think on queen a5.
c7.
Oh, c7. I can't even stop the pawn.
I know. At this moment,
We might
I
see
mean,
resignation.
No.
you still
I
see
have.
something?
Oh yes, I have one final cheapo for you. I would take, and I will play f4, in the hopes
And if I play c7?
that you wouldn't play c7, but you would defend your rook, and then somehow, some way, I would get a light square attack going.
I think
But
still
c7 was c7 kind of
Rachel
put
has
the
played
kibosh.
queen b2. She's attacking the bishop on b1, but
Okay.
now can Alice just push c7? I think so.
I think so too.
Because the queen will protect any kind of perpetuals.
Although sorry to tell you, I mean,
That also, of course.
I respect bishop sacrifices and all the rest, but I'm all about bishop d3 and getting a safer king by having. But yes, of course, a7, c7, they should be winning as well. Maybe c7 even the most accurate move.
Just to have the queen defending the diagonal, right, for the checks.
But as Michael Tal said, when he lost his world championship, all the children of the Soviet Union were very happy because they could go back to defending their pawns and pieces. Here, defending the piece with bishop d3. Ooh, look at Alice. c7, she likes your move. She likes a new queen.
Rook b1 played.
And we're expecting queen.
She's going to queen right away.
Yeah. And
No need to take the rook.
Okay, do your worst, says Alice.
2 queens on the board.
That's
This is a unique game, right? First she had the knight on b7 super early in the game. Now she has 2 queens on the on the board.
And one on b7. And here we
Yes.
have the final
Final
hoopla,
try,
the
F4.
final try. I mean,
Can we take on e6? What's the threat?
okay, bishop d3.
Oh, okay, okay.
But
That's
actually,
something. But I have rook e1.
no, this is the beautiful part about queen takes e6, is you actually...
Queen e4.
There's a reason
Oh,
why
nice.
2 queens are so good, you know.
This game between Wesley and Ray has ended in a draw as expected.
Exactly.
It lasted a bit longer, but
We didn't see too much. Wesley got a little something, but I think Ray played a very good game as well. But yes, Alice Lee about to win if she just plays queen takes e6, allows the last
do
cheapo.
you want to sacrifice your queen to finish the game?
Yes, yes. I mean, that there is beauty in the world. There's beauty in chess, and queen takes e6 is so
See
powerful.
what she's going for. She
No.
played queen c4,
Queen
but she has
c4.
the same. Well, she's completely stopping bishop d3, and she
Yes.
still can play queen e4 if she wants to.
Oh, that's a good point too. But yes, queen c4. Pardon me. What Alice played. Alice is saying, you're not going to play bishop e4. You're not going to play bishop d3. I'm protecting the squares. Oh, by the way, I would like to take away one of your attacking units with queen takes f4, and
She also simply wants to trade the rooks on b1 and go king g2 next move. Now that e4 square is protected by 2 different queens.
correct. So this looks, wow, this is really, really hopeless. I want to go to the game of Irina Krush and Zoey for just a moment because, oh, she didn't do it. I'm really, really sad that,
I think she's still winning though.
of course she is, but I'm really sad that one of the things that Ulf loved to do is maintain the pawn on e2. Queen c4, a4, a5. But okay, e2, e4, how can this not be completely winning for Irina? She's ready to play a4, a5. By the way, the knight on b7, which is normally speaking terrible.
There's a second knight on b7 today.
I know, you normally, because the knight would much rather have an outpost, centralized outpost. But in this particular case, guess what? Just accidentally, a great feature of the position is the knight actually defends the a5 square and helps escort the a pawn
Also
home.
defends the c5 square, so the black bishop doesn't have access to it to create any kind of threats on f2.
Absolutely, fantastic point as well. I mean, not only supporting the pawn, but defending c5. Zoey losing this one. Let's jump to the game of Fabi and Mishra for just a second, because when we left it, we did see the move e5, queen d2, knight b6. We're catching up with the players, munch, and we have this current position on the board.
It looks promising for white, but oh wait, black can just take on d6.
Yeah, I'm looking
Take
at
a
taking.
second, right?
I'm a pawn grabber.
Yeah,
And
it's gone.
is there any?
Queen e8 check, we take on b5.
I'm supposed to
But
play
Mishra
queen
is
f8.
down to 3 minutes.
No,
that
I
can be a
can't.
problem.
I must play bishop f8. What am I talking about? And then can't I play knight e5? Gift me the pawn?
f6? Anything wrong with f6?
Other than I'm terrified.
It does look scary, but your first rank, let's not forget.
Well,
You
my
do
first
have
rank,
first.
I've got bishop g1. I can always, cover up and protect myself. Okay, now that you mention it, I'll go knight g5. I didn't see f6, by the way.
Knight g5.
I blundered something. I blundered something terribly, even
Maybe
though
just check queen d1, king
Okay,
d7.
that takes away
So-
my bishop takes b6 threat.
Mishra's still spending his 2 minutes. He has to play bishop f8. That's the only move.
Well, b6 is hanging,
Yeah, it's very strange that he's thinking here when he has only one move.
and the only legal alternative is queen f8, which we're rejecting for the simple. Maybe
Oh,
he's
he wants to do-
thinking.
But why
of
would
sac-
you risk this?
I don't know.
And he's
truly
going for
don't
it.
know.
He calculated. These players
What
are
a
so.
ca-
They prefer these concrete lines.
Blows my mind. What a move! Queen f8.
It's engine approved.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I see the
Bar
chessometer. The chessometer is saying you're right. It's engine. Wow.
Yes, sir. You won't believe this, but Alice has 3 queens on the board, and she just checkmated with 3 different queens.
What's
Wow.
better than 2 queens?
I don't
3
think
queens?
I've seen 3 queens in the American Cup before.
Our
Now
congratulations to
first
Alice.
winner of the day, it's Alice Li. A beautiful game.
Truly. And
What a start.
she kept the advantage out of the opening, maintained it. 3 queens. That is,
Doesn't get better than that.
I've never had queen 3. I wouldn't know the experience. I never had 3 queens. I think I've had, well, lots of games
We've had
with
2. Everyone probably has had 2, but 3.
3, wow. Carissa, ooh, whoa. Carissa has a big advantage against,
Does she?
yes,
I-
yes.
The chessometer disagrees with you.
Oh,
It just looks
knight
even.
b5. Okay, I was thinking, okay, f6, right? It is, okay.
This is the current position.
Takes,
A knight is
takes.
not trapped. Yes, I do have knight b5.
Right, and I was just wondering about these endings. This is weird. So you go knight b5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know my favorite combinations are pawn breaks? You know those beautiful pawn breaks?
3
where you-
versus 3?
Yeah, where you
Mhm,
get to go.
mhm.
And I'm looking at this position, and the first thing that comes to my mind is I would love to
F4,
have,
right?
yeah, I'd love to
Oh,
have the
that's
pawn
nice.
on f5, so that I could, you know, on a good day, you know, and this knight is
Why doesn't this work?
far away. Probably king
Is it just
e8.
knight d6?
Knight d6?
Maybe?
What am I missing? I took us?
You're not missing anything. I thought g-pawn was quick enough, but you have king e2.
Correct.
So that doesn't work.
Right.
Maybe f takes e with a check.
Sounds good.
And now
King.
maybe
Oh,
Carissa
maybe
is
you're
thinking.
in. Are you in? You're in the
Oh,
square.
I'm in the square, yes.
Sorry.
It looks like White's winning, yeah.
Right. I mean, you were in the square, and I didn't realize that. But yeah, I'm always aware of those pawn breaks because they're my favorite breakthrough in chess. I just love them when they
Now
occur.
that everyone is in time trouble, so much is happening on every board. I don't know
Tell
where
me
to
where to
go.
go.
I think Irina Krush is very close to winning now.
Okay.
She got her knight. Look at that setup
Oh.
with the queen and the knight.
Well, actually, it's just mate now.
Yeah, I think
Knight
it's
d5
game
just
over.
knight d8 with the threat of queen takes f7 check, and Zoey is about to
Yep.
handshake.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is the Irina Krush that won the first 2 editions of the American Cup. She was regal in those first editions, as she just won all of her matches without any rapid games. She told us last night at dinner. It was like, and then her finalist opponent was Alice Li. Zoey spoiled this ending. She need not have lost
Yeah.
the queenside pawn.
She was holding an equality, and then it all just went away so fast. Shall we go back to Fabi?
Let's do it. Okay. By the way, after the move, queen takes d6. There was no queen e8 check.
No, there was.
Oh, what? There was?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I apologize.
And that was where Mishra surprised us with the queen f8 move.
I had the wrong position on my apologies. And we are up to date.
Looks like Fabi has some pressure now.
How did that happen? Oh, the b pawn was hanging. Okay. Takes. And now the b2 pawn is hanging, so queen takes c4, bishop takes b2. That was why we see knight e5. Makes sense. Knight d6. Makes sense. Queen b8 is... Oh.
Another draw through move repetition, I think, between Leinier and Sevian.
That's not...
Yeah, I think this game was even the entire time.
Yeah.
And they just played it all the way down to this rook ending with 3 against 2, but it's an easy draw.
And we just saw Chris Bird there, the arbiter, just checking to make sure that the claim is correct.
And it is a draw. But meantime, we have Maurice with the first winner of the round, Alice Li.
The winner and defending champ of this event, one Alice Li. You know, I was invited, I'll just let you all know, I was invited to speak to a group called the Unruly Queens. And one of my students is part of this group. And I go there, I mean, it's online, and all the faces come up, and there's one Alice Li. Like, she's part of the group too? I didn't realize we had a monster in the group. And Alice, today we saw 3 queens on the board. Talk about some unruly queens. When's the last time it happened to you that you had 3 queens on the chessboard?
This might actually be the first time, because usually my opponents are signed before I'm allowed to, queen on my pawns. But she was quite generous in allowing me to both promote, 2 queens and then checkmate her also. And
then checkmate as well. It was a really fine game. Your knight also did something original, going from, is it F3 to E5 to C4 to A5 to B7. Yeah. This knight was flying all around the board, finally to C5 and then taking on A6. Yeah. When does that ever happen to you that you got a knight on B7, or this early in a chess game, or even, well, I guess you had it at some point, but just to place it there in the opening, that must have been a weird kind of experience.
Yeah, actually, I was analyzing some of my games recently, and I actually put my knight on B7 or B2 a lot of times, and then it was quite bad for me the times that I did it, but I think this time it was pretty good.
Yes, I would say so. Yeah, it worked out really well for you. What was the critical moment, you think, in this game? I mean, her position seemed to go downhill very quickly.
Yeah, I think I just got a good opening. For example, when she played B4, on move 9, I'm not sure if that was the most accurate. Yeah, because I think I mentioned this in the confessional room, but if she plays C6 here, there would be some theory instead of B4, C6, and then take queen G5.
Let's go back to that.
Yeah,
so C6 takes. You
queen
mentioned
G5,
this.
and then castle, queen takes B5, bishop A6, queen takes A5, bishop B7.
Oh, sorry, bishop B7.
Queen takes D8, rook takes A1, or actually rook takes A1 instead of rook takes D8. Queen takes F8, king takes F8 and castle. And then I've looked at this before and I kind of like it for a while, but also I knew that she probably wouldn't go into this because after I played queen C1, she started sinking for so long. And if she doesn't know this, there's no reason why she would go to an endgame down a pawn.
Right, and then she ends up getting a really bad position as it stood. You're not necessarily the highest rated player in the section, but you seem to have a knack for playing in the American Cup. You won it twice now. What makes you so comfortable?
I think I just really like the format, and I really like how, I think in Swiss tournaments or round robins, like the U.S. Women's, you have to win just all of your games. But for the American Cup, you just have to win some matches. So I think for me that's a bit easier than going on a streak, because for example tomorrow I can try to draw. I mean, not saying that I will, but and then that would win the match.
All right, we see a handshake there as Irina did win her game, but because you are the first winner of the round, it turns out that we do have apparently a gift. I was just told this, by the way, and it's from Q Boutique. Let's get that there. And there's a gift for you for being the first winner of the day. Every day there'll be a gift given to the first winner. You're apparently supposed to take it out of the bag, by the way, and say what your feeling is about it. Somebody apparently knew that you have a feline inclination.
Oh, yeah, I have 2 cats, so I guess this is a journal with a cat on it, and also a cat on the back. So that's really nice. Yeah,
well, congratulations. You deserve all the gifts that are coming to you. Fantastic game, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Alice. And we're seeing a huge turnaround in the game of Fabi and Mishra. What was actually a balanced position at one time, Mishra errored with the move queen c7, and it was a hidden tactic, but it's a gem of a move. Bishop b6.
What a move.
Wow. And we were thinking, why is the bar so excited? And the whole idea is you take the bishop and you're deflected. Mishra can no longer defend the d7 square, and much like the game of Irina Krush, who just won, it's queen and knight.
It's just mate.
That are checkmating the king.
And Mishra's down to 10 seconds now. This didn't happen. He didn't allow the checkmate, but his position looks absolutely lost. Look at that
Devastating.
king.
Bishop c5,
Is he losing
bishop
the
f5.
piece? Oh, Fabi can take on d6, then take on f7,
Exactly.
then take on c4.
Which is
It's game
just like Irina Krush, the queen and knight versus queen and bishop. Again, the queen and bishop get a lot of bad press, and here we see why. The queen and knight are doing nasty things, attacking the light squares. So that's one pawn, and I'm not convinced that we need to play queen takes c4. Do we have some other way of...
You want to finish it faster?
Yeah, you'd almost think so.
A forcing way to do so. I think queen c4 is good enough.
Pawn grabbing is good. This is a knight f7 sighting. That would be a royal fork. And by the way, that pawn on f4 really helps defend any dangers along the diagonal, potential diagonal, whilst also defending the knight on e5. 2 extra pawns for Fabi. He's in the catbird seat. How about Carissa?
You know, Carissa might be slightly worse. It still should be equal, but it's Anna now who has a pleasant position. She has a better knight, better minor piece, better rook. Maybe you could even say better pawn structure just because it's 2 versus 1 on the queen side.
Oh, sure. Pile on, why don't you? Okay.
It's not that bad, of course, but compared to what it was, it's just a big contrast.
Wow. And by the way, Mishra with no, well,
Mishra will keep playing, right?
Right. But again, 2 points.
Yeah.
So I've got,
switch to
and by the way, Anna Zatonskih has 5 minutes. For her, that is a luxury of time.
I think she's had 5 minutes for the last 15 moves.
Oh, I see.
She's doing very well in time trouble.
Normally, I have seen her.
Carissa's catching up. She has 8 minutes.
Really burning the clock. Okay, Carissa, by the way, put the rook on g1, I guess with the purpose of capturing on h5 and playing rook g7. So I don't think she wants to retreat her king to the first rank. I think she wants to play.
She's played king e3. It's on the board.
King
and
e3.
What's a good move here now for Anna? I think she can give a check and just force a draw if she wanted to.
Yes, she has that as a possibility. And you were mentioning, you're kind of listing all of the advantages that Anna appears to have at the moment, including a passed pawn.
If she wanted to keep the game going, maybe simply knight d6.
Knight d6, and if I go with my inner Carissa, which was to launch an attack against your b7 pawn, even though it's defended.
And she's played it. Knight d6 is on the board. Maybe rook b2. Who's taking the b pawn first?
You are.
Are you going to switch to the h pawn now?
I want to play f5 checkmate. You know what I mean?
Good plan.
Yeah, but the problem is I'm eyeballing, the highly desirable f4, f5, gets refuted instantly by rook b3 check. So I guess I have to play bishop here as a prelude to doing anything.
And then if I just take the pawn. But we do have Maurice with another winner, Irina Krush. Over to you.
Thanks. 8-time U.S. Women's Champ Irina Krush, hailing from Brooklyn. Let's just get that out the way right away, Yaz. Don't be jealous. This game was definitely one of those that seemed intriguing when she played the move queen to d7. I just want to talk about that. When you saw that land on the board, what were you thinking?
Yes, I was not so familiar with this position in general, with this early DC, and I was just kind of on my own. So you can say, there was basically no opening prep in this game. It was just like improvisation. Queen d7, it was a pretty logical move. I mean, I've played these positions enough that I could sort of understand, the point of all of this. But yeah, I mean, at first I thought I had something out of the opening, and then I was really struggling to turn it into something concrete, and then I just decided to kind of play it safe. And all of a sudden, that safe position turned out to be having some bite.
Indeed. Later, your knight starting to get a little hop, particularly when you traded on d8 right here. She had to be very precise right around this position when you got your knight to c5. Turns out she could defend the position, but she wasn't able to find exactly the right moves, particularly right here. Apparently, bishop e7 was supposed to be the most accurate
honestly,
move.
the thing is, it was an unpleasant position for black. At this point, no matter what the computer is saying, it's clear that black has to find, very careful moves. And so I didn't know exactly what those moves were for my opponent either. I just kind of was trying to find my moves, which fortunately worked out. Like, okay.
Yeah, you kept that pressure on her before she finally did miss something, and you were able to take this pawn and get away with it. This move, Queen B3, was quite nice.
Yeah, and in fact, here's where things went really well for me. I mean, I guess I was expecting Queen C1, King G2 here, and honestly, I was considering this really interesting pawn sack. The idea is like to get the light squares and all these endgames should be really good for white, and she's kind of lucky that she has this Queen B4 move, like avoiding the queen trade. And I was still considering this position because I have the H1A diagonal for my queen. That's one of the things I could do. I mean, the normal move is like F3, but after E4, I realized this was not such an easy position to win because my king was going to be weak.
All right, so, well, they've got to play the moves. That's not your fault. They're making mistakes. Early on, you won the American Cup. How many times? I think twice, right?
Yeah.
Now the youngsters are creeping in, and Alice Li playing wonderfully today. Did you get a chance to look at that game?
No, I had enough problems on my board.
Okay, well, what's the challenge now? You're a veteran of the field, and you're seeing Alice, you're seeing Carissa, and of course Anna, who you famously battled for many years. She's having the measure of Carissa right now, playing a good game. You guys can still prove that you're players.
Oh yeah. I think we can prove that, Maurice. So I mean, honestly, I don't think too much about other people. I like to just focus on myself, making sure I can see things, calculate things, and just kind of play my game, and let the rest take care of itself.
Good attitude, and keep defending the honor of Brooklyn.
Yeah, always.
8-time champ. Irina Krush, that's the handshake right there showing she gets it done. It's BK. Forget about it, Yas. Forget about it.
Hey, all I can say is cheers from Seattle.
And Las Vegas.
And Las Vegas.
Great game, Irina.
Fabi, he's converting. I mean, at this point, I think it's just such an easy conversion. There's nothing whatsoever for Mishra to do here at the moment. He's kind of just torturing himself. Sometimes we get into these positions where, we can't bring ourselves to resign, but truly this is just such an awful position. 2 pawns down, and Fabi is just going to play the very, very simple and direct C4 and knight to E5.
Are there even any tricky theoretical endgames where 2 extra pawns doesn't win against? No, right? I can't think of one. It has to be like really bad at corner pawn or something. Even then, it should be winning, right?
Yeah, and by the way, Fabi just played the move G5. His next move is knight E5.
It's going to win the 3rd pawn.
And you've got to trade. You got to give up the minor piece, and there you go. Mishra is thinking, okay, Queen C7. He knows that was blunderful, but he didn't realize that he could have played rather simply Bishop F8.
Congratulations to Fabiano, and Maurice, over to you.
Yes, some extraordinary happenings in the game between the two fabulous former Armenians, now American representatives, and that is Anna Sargsyan and Tatev Abrahamyan. And incredible, I will take this position and say, how likely is it that black is going to threaten mate to white? How likely is it? We say, well, what are you talking about, Maurice? It's ridiculous. How's that ever going to happen? Well, let's show you how. Chess is a rich game. She started with the move G4, trying to undermine the defender of the pawn on D5. That looks pretty logical. Well, H6 happened, and she said, let's go, G5 on the board. And now takes, and move your knight so I can take your pawn. Actually, moving the knight to H5 was not a bad move, was the best move. But Tatev came out with a stunner, the move D4, out of nowhere. That's a move and a half. The knight looks like it's hanging. But right now, if you take, she actually played F4. If you take the knight, then rook H5 check. And where did that rook come from? It was on A5 a second ago. And rook G5 check. And if you try to get out of the position by king F1, now suddenly rook H5, and here comes the mate that I talked about. That how could this have happened? Well, this is how. And there's nothing at all to do but repeat the position. You could throw in FG7 check. But rook H1 is just so forceful. There's nothing to do but bring your king back to G1 and be happy you have a defense against the mate. Incredible indeed. After the move D4, F4 was played, but now that gave the knight the E4 square. And a second ago, you were all happy thinking you were going to win a pawn with white, and it's black who's got this fantastic knight F2 check. What is that all of a sudden on the board? She has completely blown it, has Anna with this position in the white pieces, and she has to be very careful now not to lose the game and play accurate moves. After knight D4, she did play knight back to D3, and now the move DC3, sacking an exchange, and Tatev in her element now. You basically, well, it's not actually an exchange, a true exchange sack. After knight takes, there's a knight F2 check, and if king to G1, knight takes D1, and you can't touch this. Well, I guess you can. You're barely surviving with the move rook to A1, and suddenly you're okay. Although, by the way, she could keep being fancy with the move rook takes A4. It's just like sparkles. I was doing so well. What happened here? Just incredible play. This did not happen as yet after D takes, knight takes, but it's on the way. Knight F2 check on the board. Any kind of blunder might happen. I'm telling you, if you had all the momentum as white, you had a lock on the position, and all of a sudden black comes out swinging with tactics. What happened here? You have to be very careful not to make some enormous blunder, or even worse, see some ghost that leads to the blunder. You think, I think I can't play that because I'm losing. Anything could happen when the clock is ticking down with only 55 seconds left, and needing to be very accurate right now is white not to lose the game.
Remarkable, Maurice. Yeah, I know that feeling of being punch drunk. The idea that Tatev hit her with this incredible tactic D4 that just flipped the game. Anna was clear. She was playing G5, chase the knight away, capture the pawn on D5, and suddenly all of these tactics, and this last one, by the way, is really, really cute. I mean, you know, this knight takes D1 and saying, knight takes B2, and look at this little soldier marching up the board after C2. And again, you know, talk about punches. Another one, like, take my knight, and it keeps going. So these tactics.
Go rook c1 here.
Yeah, sparkling.
And then Tatev ends up a pawn. Maybe can she win? Well, if she wins 2 pawns, she would win the game, right?
Right, but I guess
White can play rook d5 or.
Yeah, rook d5.
Probably.
I suspect that.
Oh no, that's losing.
That's
Okay, then it's not so easy. Does she have to play rook? No.
King h2 maybe.
Why is rook d5 losing?
So. I guess the problem is that G6 and rook F.
Oh, all right.
Maurice, let's go over to you.
No, I just wanted to point out that the king is on G2, not on G1. So you guys are analyzing
we just have
the wrong position. The king is actually on G2 at the moment. The king on G1 changes things quite a bit, and she is seeing all the moves here. She's going to lose her F4 pawn, as you said. So here we see the trade and the queen on the board. She has to take, and then her pawn will drop, but at least she'll be able to play something like king G3 after rook takes, and that should secure her the draw pretty effortlessly.
Gotcha. That's a big difference.
Much better on G2.
Yeah, much better. So, but kudos, by the way, to Anna that she goes, whoa. I mean, I had a winning position and I could lose. Let me, let me not do that.
She readjusted very quickly.
Very
secured
good.
Herself, and now drawish endgame. Well, it's a draw for sure. Yes.
Fabi has won. Let's jump to the game of Carissa for a moment.
That's the only 2 games left.
Because after takes, there was the rook b2 move. Rook h7. Check that move out.
She's going after the h pawn.
But f2 is hanging.
But rook b7. It's white to move, right?
Correct. It is white to move. But rook takes b7. Do I want to play this ending? I'm not sure.
I don't think you want to do it with the knight on b2.
Why? Because you think this knight is somehow nastily trapped, right?
Like f4 maybe.
F4. You know, we're seeing knights on b7, we're seeing knights on b2.
It's the theme of the day today.
What's going on? I'm trying to, I don't know, I'm confused. But this game looks like it's got a lot of legs still to go. I don't think we're going to see.
They're both in time trouble. Anna has 1 minute against 3 minutes for Carissa, but anything can still happen in this game. Objectively, it's equal, but very easy to mess up for either sides. But we have Maurice now with Fabiano Caruana.
Fabiano Caruana, one of the two candidates going to be playing in Cyprus quite soon. And this is certainly something of a warm-up event, I would say, for you, Fabi. Congrats on your win. Let's first drill into this game, playing Abhimanyu Mishra, young talent to be sure. What were your thoughts coming in, and then the actual position we have in front of us?
Yeah, I wanted to be ambitious, mostly because I lost to him in Blitz yesterday, so I wanted some revenge. In general, I mean, he's super strong, but I have a good score against him. I've only played him with white, so tomorrow will be my first game with the black piece. It's not my fault. But yeah, he got a good position at some point. I mean, he was outplaying me, and then here, I thought like he just plays knight d7 and he's a bit better. But he played this ambitious move rook e7, which felt like, okay, now he's creating some tactical possibilities for me, because now after e5, the rook on e7 is always potentially in the way of like d6 and getting attacked. So I started to get a little bit happier that, okay, I mean, when I played this bishop f2, I kind of saw what might happen in the game, at least to some extent. I mean, I didn't think it was necessarily good for me, but it looked like I at least started to play with the initiative rather than getting pushed back, which is what he allowed. I mean, I was just so happy to get this. I mean, maybe he missed first that like I have d6 here, and if he takes back, he loses his piece, so I get my my pawn to d6, which is at least very dangerous. Yeah, here he has no tactics, so he loses the knight. So he played correctly, I think. But here it's already very tactically dangerous. I mean, the knight is hanging, and wherever it goes, it gets attacked further. Like on b6, it's also in the line of the bishop. I mean, basically, I think he said something correct after the game, which is that in this position, he should play this, which I just assumed would be bad. But we couldn't see it. Like we were thinking after the game, and I kind of proposed this bishop d4, which is, it looks like he's getting attacked with all the pieces, but yeah, I mean, we said knight d5, but apparently also bishop g7 is holding. So if he had played this, which I think he saw it, but he was just scared.
Yeah, who wouldn't be? I mean, that queen on f7, you see knight forks, might get mated somehow.
Yeah, it looks very scary. I mean, everything's kind of hanging, but just the queen holds everything together, which is, and then if take queen e7, yeah, just, or not queen e7. So he still has to find some, yeah, queen d1, bishop c5, and I have to repeat. So I was a bit fortunate that he went for queen f8, and basically I expected this, so I had already decided, because I have a very tough decision to play this piece up endgame or the game. And here I just thought, like, yeah, I get my king up, and then do I really have realistic chances to win with so few pawns left? And I didn't think so, so that's why I went for this position. And I mean, in time trouble, it just collapsed very quickly.
Was the time a part of your factoring into that he had to defend with queens on the board?
Yeah, for sure. I thought that was like one of my main trumps, is that I had more time and I have the initiative and no risk. So it's like a lot of factors in my favor. I actually thought my advantage was bigger than, I mean, he's saved by this c3. It's a miraculous, if I take, then I lose, cb2. You know, he gets the queen, and well, he'll have two queens and if I take, then he gets the knight to e4. He takes here. Like this position, I was thinking, okay, maybe I'm still better here, but I don't know. The knight is very active, jumping around. If I can never play h3 because knight g3 f1 is repetition. So I just assumed that this wasn't the best, at least practically. So I just played h3, and now he has a nightmare of a position to defend.
Just got to play a move of some kind.
Yeah, I mean, okay, apparently bishop f8. Okay, h6 is just unrealistic, and bishop f8 is a difficult move. I mean, I have this knight d7, knight f6.
Right.
And I mean, understandably, he missed bishop b6. Well, like, basically, I thought this was the most natural move, so when I played h3, I had this trick in mind.
You had the trick in mind.
Yeah.
You saw queen c7.
Yeah, because it's just the most natural move.
Right.
Like first, I was trying a similar trick here, which I forget what it was. I don't even remember how this similar trick was. But okay, this is easy enough, because if he takes, unfortunately, it's like some geometry. The knight actually hurts him. Yeah. It's just if it could go to d6, if his queen could go to d6, he'd be okay. So he just loses tempo, and then he just loses all his pawns, and yeah, this is trivial.
It's just pretty straightforward. Very, very interesting to me to actually see the in-game battle and the intuitive decisions that need to be made, because you can't calculate everything, but you got to try to control the game, keep the game flowing, and also understand the competitive situation with the clock.
Yeah, I think the time control makes it that you have to be very practical. I mean, we don't have a second time control, so once you're in time trouble, it's just eternal. And I don't know anyone who can play. I mean, there are players who can play well, but I don't know anyone who can play optimally when they have 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I got a couple of people in mind, but one of them being one of your fellow candidates going to Cyprus, Hikaru Nakamura. What's your feeling about this tournament? You just finished playing in one here, the St. Louis Masters, and now you're playing this one. You feel like you're getting in rhythm for that event, for the big one? I mean, the really big one, obviously, the candidates give you a second chance of becoming world champion.
Yeah, of course. In general, the last few months, all my thoughts have been on the candidates. But for this tournament, I don't want to think about the next one yet. I mean, I have to play well here, and I mean, how I do here, has no relevance to the candidates, right? So I would just.
Did you say none? None at all? Like if you torpedoed and stunk up the place, you might feel a little way about it.
No, of course I don't want to play badly, but it's not because, I mean, we've seen many examples of players playing badly before the candidates and doing well. Even there was this like kind of inside superstition that if you do badly in Paikidze, then you're going to do well in the candidates. Right? When Karakin had a horrendous tournament in 2016 in Paikidze, then suddenly he won the candidates, and the same for me in 2018. But I think that's also a bit of superstition. But yeah,
small sample size.
Yeah, very, very small sample size. But I do want to play well, and it was my idea that at least to get some practice can't hurt before playing the candidates 2 weeks later.
Something tickling my brain, and maybe I'm going to just throw it out there because it's in my head. But Gukesh lost again today. I've seen a certain decline in the Indian players having bad results. Are you surprised by that? Because you're incredibly strong players. There's no reason all of them should be declining all at once.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that's also a bit of, as you said, small sample size. It's a short time period, and they're all very young. I mean, I think everyone's thinking about Gukesh, Prague, and Arjun, who had like really great, for example, like Prague won a lot of tournaments in 2025. Arjun and Gukesh in particular in 2024 were playing phenomenally, and Gukesh the best player in the world that year.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm throwing Aravind in the mix also. He was
he also got up to 2750, and I don't know. I mean, in particular for I think Gukesh, Prague, and Arjun, I think they'll be top players for many years or decades to come. So I don't read too much into it. I mean, for Gukesh, it's of course concerning, because he does have this really important event at the end of the year. He's the only person in the world guaranteed to have that event, and it can't feel nice to be playing poorly. But I still consider him a very top player, and regardless of a few bad months, or perhaps the last year has definitely not been great for him.
All right, thanks. I appreciate your candor on that one. Well, good win for you today. Good luck tomorrow in your game against the youngster, who will definitely be coming after you.
Thank you.
Guys?
Congrats as well from us, Maurice, as we look at our results in the Open.
Right, Fabiano Caruana won his first game against Mishra, Abhimanyu. Aronian and Liang drew their game. All the other games were drawn. Dominguez versus Sevian and Wesley against Robson, all draws.
And in the ladies, the results there.
In the ladies section, two boards are still going on, and 2 white wins. Krush won against Zoey Tang, and Alice defeated Rachael.
2 games remaining. We're expecting Anna to draw, but there was a moment that Carissa had which will go down in infamy. How we just had this position, and we were listening to the interview with Fabi, and we were looking at it, and we said, what on earth was Anna Zatonskih thinking? So after the move, rook e2, attacking the bishop, the bishop has to move. But the bishop can move to a square that threatens checkmate, and with that move, bishop to b4, Carissa wins on the spot. The threat is rook e7. Perhaps in her mind she saw this, but maybe she rejected it because she didn't see this intermezzo. Rook takes d7, and maybe she thought, okay, this is a draw, but No, we
E5
get to
is quite
include
easy to
E5.
spot.
Easy, because you E5 checks and checks and checks. The first thing you calculate as you become a strong player are checks and captures. And so with the move bishop b4, oops, excuse me, I switched too soon, pardon me. With the move bishop b4, not according to our engines, but according to our own selves, this would have won instantly. Carissa just missed a win. Instead, the funny part was she actually made a move that threatens mate as well. She threatens to play f5 mate. And, you know, from Anna's point of view, she has no choice. She has to move her king. Now we're in a position where I still like Carissa's position, but when you just miss a stone cold win, you suddenly don't feel that good about yourself.
Maybe Carissa didn't realize she missed it, which is better for her.
For sure. Yeah, I'm sure she did.
I wonder if Anna spotted it while Carissa was thinking.
Oh, 100%. 100%. It's sort of like you make a move like rook e2, and then you see bishop b4 while you're releasing your rook, and you write down your score sheet.
Have this poker face, pretending
exactly.
everything's okay.
Everything's okay, right?
Yeah, in the current position, Anna still has to be careful, but looks like she has easy moves right now. Knight f6 check.
Yeah.
Very logical. And are we taking the e6 pawn very shortly?
Well, let's take a look.
Because
Knight
the rook
f6
is coming
check.
to e4.
There's a bishop c3 sighting too, right?
Well, it's a
hold
check.
on. It's
Where
check.
do we go? King d6. I have rook e4.
Okay.
Maybe Anna will start to play for more now.
Well, how does this work? King c6?
No, you pushed white's king closer to a6. I wanted to keep it far away.
Oh, what did you want me to do?
Immediately rook e4 after knight f6 check.
So, okay,
But
we do
here we
have
go.
knight d6
Carissa
check on
has
the
played
board.
king c6. She's headed towards the a6 pawn, which is the right decision. She needs to be able to take the queenside pawns.
Right. So, Anna can draw at will, right?
Seems that way. Rook
okay,
e4.
good, because I was still thinking that
The white
that
is playing.
Carissa was trying, and I was trying to set up a cheapo, as bad as it was, apologies. The cheapo I was trying to set up was to get you to do this, right? So that when you take the
Take
pawn,
on e6.
yeah.
It's still okay though, because I can win your h. Wait,
Yeah,
I can win it, but
it
is b4 and
decoy.
deflection,
Yeah.
It would still have been a draw.
But yes, it's still a draw. No.
They just traded e pawn for. Well, Carissa's about to take the a pawn, and we're down to single pair of pawns. Should be an easy draw from here.
King takes and king b6. Yes.
And king f7
But
was played.
what an adventure along the way. My goodness. And I mean, I'm sure Anna saw bishop b4, and I think from Carissa's point of view, maybe she at a certain moment thought, okay, the game was a draw, and she wasn't looking at bishop
Now,
b4
knowing
and rook
Carissa,
e7.
she never thinks game is already a draw. She's very optimistic in her position.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'll take it back.
Even now,
she blew it.
She miscalculated something.
Something went wrong. By the way, hold on. Is the white rook trapped on h6?
Oh, it is, but it can be defended with the bishop.
Hold on.
King g7.
Yes.
Bishop d2.
Yes. Continue.
You go b4, right?
Yes.
Oh, maybe bishop g5. And I
just in time. Sorry, bishop g5.
Yes, to clear the path for the rook.
Just in time, and I have this horrible idea.
Now you're risking a bit too much. Rook f1, right?
Yes.
Oh, so close. But we do have another result. It was a draw between Anna Sargsyan and Tatev Abrahamyan. There was also a roller coaster towards the end.
Yes, and what a shot. I'm sure Tatev's going to be very, very proud of herself with that move d5, d4, because that really was a fabulous retort.
And then Anna also didn't overreact suddenly, that everything changed, and she defended very well, found the only moves, and held the draw. And we only have one game left. It's the game between Carissa and Anna.
And we are expecting this game to end in a draw, but for those of you who are joining us late, we got to say that Carissa missed a stellar opportunity. And we do have King G7, by the way, on the board now. And I think...
I mean, Carissa could just take on F6, take on B5, and shake hands, right?
Good point.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that one was possible, but you're absolutely right. And that's probably the simplest of all.
I don't think Anna would try to play it for 50 moves.
No. And there you go. Rook takes F6. You're good call. Very good call.
It's just a
No
simpler
draw offers
way
any.
to draw. But
Yeah.
yeah, they have to find either through repetition or we might see 50 move.
Would you go King G6, King H4, King H5, Rook takes H4?
Oh, I thought
or would you
Rook
play Rook H4?
I thought Rook E4 here, and I can maybe try to win the pawn.
Oh, can you win the pawn? Okay. Well,
But
yeah, and okay, Anna is like, okay, Anna wants to play.
seems that way. At least for a couple of moves, maybe for 50 moves.
Maybe for 50 moves.
Yeah, she's determined to play.
Okay, but this move maybe King D4, and I walk back towards the king side.
Maybe I won't lose the H4 pawn at all.
No, then I
Yeah.
don't lose. I thought she was trying to play in such a way as to keep the white king and the white bishop separated from one another.
I think she wants to put the king on G4,
And she's going
and
for it.
then
But now bishop to D2, to bishop to G5.
oh, very nice.
Is, yeah,
That
then
should be
you're
an easy
anchored.
hold. No, there's Rook G4 check.
I apologize.
it's
You're
still-
of
still a
course, it's
draw.
still a draw, but yeah, of course, I
Because-
wanted to play bishop to D2 and bishop to
You
G5.
just need to go to the right corner with the king,
Yeah.
which is the opposite color than your bishop,
Yeah.
and then it's a simple draw. But this
Interesting.
reminds me of my painful game against Anna. It was Rook and Bishop versus Rook in the U.S. Women's
Oh
Championship.
no! 2 moves from the 50
Yeah.
move.
I resigned on move 49.
It was terrible. Oh, what?
So, yeah, I think Anna can try to test Carissa because, you know, in time trouble and after you're tired, after you played for so long, you can always mess up.
Yeah. By the way, King C5. Okay.
Just
that
head it to
would-
A8 maybe instead of H1, right?
I think I would have just put my king on E2 and just defended my bishop. But okay, you think she's
You're just
ready
going to give
to
up the H4 pawn and
give up
keep
the
the
H
king
pawn.
on A8. Yeah.
there? Well, no. Now I can play bishop to D2 and anchor my bishop on G5. Carissa, ready, about to play bishop to D2, and then it's just a stone cold draw. Then there's absolutely nothing to do anymore.
Yes. Once the bishop's on G5, you won't be able to get my king to the corner. You won't be able to take my pawn, and
No.
we'll shake hands. Would
And
you come back to D4 now?
I would,
Yeah.
and then head back to C3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. King D4, rook check, king C3, and I would expect rook takes D2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm also thinking that earlier, remember when Maurice showed us Carissa's position, it looked fantastic, but the
Yes.
evaluation was only tiny bit better.
That was shocking.
So Carissa probably thinks she was much better most of the game.
Yeah, and probably kicking herself, not realizing that in fact, Anna's position was absolutely okay.
Anna played great defense.
She
She
did.
was not uncomfortable in that passive position.
Right. And right up until the moment where she allowed bishop b4, Anna was doing fine. But once she allowed bishop b4, what a
It's interesting that both of them missed it.
stunner.
It's definitely not a difficult move to find.
Exactly.
I'm very curious, what did Carissa miscalculate?
Mm.
Or maybe she thought bishop g3 was winning? What she played instead? Yeah.
Quite possibly that she thought that the h-pawn was much more of a danger. She's in these moments, I kind of see Carissa's eyes. In these moments, she's definitely backtracking, and she's
She's not happy.
reliving where was it? She knows there was something there, and she's just trying to guess.
Or maybe she did realize bishop before was game over, and oh, it's so hard to sit with that. But we do have a Maurice with a special guest, so over to you.
Yes, we are with Tatev Abrahamyan, who just had an absolute brouhaha with her countrywoman, we'll say homegirl, Anna Sargsyan. That game was absolutely insane, but first I want to go back to this moment when you played Rook B4 and saw your pawn drop off on A5. A lot of people at home are thinking, at least these star players are mortal. What were you thinking when you saw her take your pawn? Or did you realize when you played Rook B4 that you had blundered?
No, I didn't realize until she took my pawn.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we go a few moves. Like when she took my pawn on B7 here, I just spent so much time because I have so many options. I have Rook B8, I can take on C3 immediately, I can go Rook E5. I just have so many moves here. And I just couldn't decide. I spent like 20 minutes and then I thought, okay, maybe I can keep playing against this A4 pawn, and I just completely blundered.
Okay, well, you know, it's something actually another famous Armenian said, Levon Aronian told me, he said great players like it when they have only one really good move, no matter how hard it is. They don't like it when there's like a ton of moves and you're trying to figure out which cake to eat.
Yeah. I mean, I just thought my position is so nice. And I also felt like I was playing well, like my moves are coming easy, like I was feeling very confident. I felt like she was a little bit uncomfortable. And I felt like I have to keep the game going because I thought Rook B8, maybe too many trades. So I just wanted to keep the game going, but I also spent too much time. So at that point, I feel like I shouldn't have done any of this stuff.
All right, well, then she took this pawn, and suddenly you realize you're down a pawn.
And on time.
And on time as well after all that 20 minutes spent. And we're going to jump ahead, though, to now this endgame you're fighting for your life, and she misplayed it with G4, and suddenly this D4 thing shows up out of nowhere. Your rook's sliding across the board. The mating attacks possible. Well, you're just basically an easy draw for you. How did you feel when you suddenly saw these tactics landing on the board?
Oh, well, here I was feeling very good already because at least, the game is getting very messy, but I was still nervous because I was blundering before, and I was like, okay, if I blundered before, maybe I'm not seeing things so clearly. I think after G takes F6, I do have a draw, right?
Yes, you check and then you bring your rook back to H5 as a draw.
Yeah, okay, so at least I saw that. Yeah, here, but then I thought she could have still kept the game going. So she completely blundered knight F2, so I'm very happy I saw this knight F2 tactic. Because when she went F4, I was like knight E4, and then I saw knight D3, and then I spotted D takes C3. But yeah, here I thought she could still maybe play. Oops. Sorry,
all the way back up to here, knight F2, king G2.
Yeah,
Sorry,
she doesn't have.
G2,
Yeah, she does.
D1.
I thought she can still go maybe knight D3. But okay, maybe she's already feeling uncomfortable herself because suddenly I have a pawn on C3. But I think maybe here I would have gone knight B2 and just traded it. I mean, I think I had enough.
Well, the game did continue with some pyrotechnics when you landed a rook A4 on the board. We thought, how close is she to winning this position?
No.
You went from being down to suddenly you're up a pawn and looking, but of course King G3 meant certain equality. Insane first game to start off. What you're feeling, I guess, coming out of this, you still got to shake out some of the nerves and then go into tomorrow's game.
No, I'm very happy I survived this because I could be going into tomorrow down a point. At least now I'm tied. I have the white pieces. I just have to manage my clock better because she's very good with the clock. She plays quite fast, and against someone like me, that's a huge advantage.
All right, well, you just coached yourself. So good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you, Maurice. And indeed, Tatev, good luck tomorrow. We have a single game going, and we have an internal wager amongst ourselves. Is Anna Zatonskih going to play for 50 moves, trying to win rook and king versus rook and bishop? But the pawn makes it no. I can't believe she would play 50 moves, and I am expecting so.
She'll test for 10 moves. Nothing changes, then they'll find a repetition. I do think that if she took the H4 pawn earlier, then maybe she would play all the way.
Yeah, and force
the king to go to the right corner.
For Carissa to put her king on the light.
Wasn't it recently? I think it was Arjun who was playing two knights, king and two knights versus king.
Yeah, what was that?
So
that was really, really bizarre. I didn't quite understand that. You can't force mate with two extra knights against the lone king. That was very, very confusing for me. King B4 on the board, and from Anna's point of view, if she tries to corral White's king on the side of the board, then there might be an h5, h6.
I mean, we don't have to push that pawn at all.
No, we don't.
But
We
yes,
don't.
you can push and still keep the pawn alive because your bishop's on the long diagonal.
Exactly. So here, I would probably make sure, if I was in Carissa's shoes, I want to say, I would like to make sure that my king is always close to the light corner,
Yes.
because then I know I can never lose with my bishop versus a lone rook, and I don't want to blunder my pawn.
Well, you just said that and she went the other direction, but it's fine.
How strange is that? By the way,
Yeah, you rarely see Carissa so unhappy at the
she's
board.
distraught. There's no question. She's not happy what she did with the white pieces. Look, a draw against Anna Zatonskih is not
It's not
a bad
result, of
result
course.
at all. But it's just the way that she got here from what we thought was a superior position. Maurice, you haven't seen Carissa wear this look, have you?
You know, I think I have, because I don't think that she's distraught. I think she's annoyed. She's thinking, what are you doing? This is ridiculous. Look, come on. You can't even conjure up a mate. This is not even about the wrong corner. If I have a bishop on the board, you simply can't deliver the mate, because I can always check you away from any square where you try to threaten the mate. You can never put me in Zugzwang, which is necessary in order to make it happen. So there's no construction. It's hard. It's really hard, actually, to mate with a king and rook. It's a very pretty much precise technique. And for me to have a bishop too, it's like, you've got to be joking. This should be over already. It's not like it's a knight that could get caught offside somehow. It's a bishop. Bishops fly. They fly with ease. They don't get Zugzwang easily, unless, like you said, you go in the wrong corner. This is just plain old drawn. And Anna, I don't know what she's setting herself up for tomorrow. Maybe she's thinking, let me annoy this youngster and go into tomorrow with what? There's got to be something psychological here, because, or maybe it's just Anna being Anna. She likes to play, but you could see there Carissa's leaning back, truly annoyed that she has to continue to play this position.
Right. I remember Viktor Korchnoi once. He was playing against Anatoly Karpov, and he played on in a completely drawn position. A completely drawn position. He kept playing on and on and on, and the game was drawn. And after the game, I asked him, well, Victor, why did you do it? To annoy him.
It's a valid reason.
And maybe Carissa's a little annoyed. I don't know. I mean, there is a game tomorrow, and Anna will have the white pieces, and maybe you just kind of want to poke your opponent just every now and then. But we are expecting a draw here, and then it would mean that only two women have won their first games, and that again is Irina Krush and Alice Li, both won their first
Two players
games.
who have won the American Cup
The most times.
most times, yes.
Right. In fact, now that I'm thinking about
Has
it.
anyone else?
Besides
it's always
those,
been
I mean,
them.
it's always been them. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, you're right. Okay, this is our 5th edition, right? It's 22, 23.
We'll figure it out. But I think
counting,
we're right.
this is our 5th edition. Two titles, I want to say, for Irina, 2 titles, and defending champion Alice Li. So yes, we do have it right. And Maurice, did you ever try to annoy your opponent or irritate your opponent just by playing on and on in a position you knew was a draw?
No.
No.
That's bogus.
No.
That's not very Brooklyn. If we're not going to kick your ass, we're not going to do it. So, no, this is just really nothing to do here. It's a little bit, I'm going to say, disrespectful. Not that Anna is trying to, but it's just kind of random that you keep playing this position, that there's nothing to think about. In fact, if I gave Carissa just 30 seconds, she would draw this. I mean, almost impossible to blunder your piece. And that's what you would have to do, is blunder a piece, because you can't blunder mate. So this is just nothing here to do. The moment your king tries to have opposition. This is the only kind of opposition you could possibly have.
Right.
Because once I put you in a dark square, I just check you and push you off the opposition again. And this is part of the technique to trying to checkmate with a rook.
Right.
So I can always actually go on a dark square, and you can never have the opposition against me. So this one, I think.
Carissa could also just push h5 right now, and she can set up h6, bishop g7.
Wow. Well, then I would
forced?
do that.
That's an interesting point as well.
That's a great move.
That's being creative.
Because
that's unstoppable.
Yeah, no, h5 and h6 and bishop g7 would be a perfect construction. Maybe she's considering it. I do remember one time, I did not like to play on. Once the game was more or less decided, that's it. Let's go find something else to do. But I do remember one U.S. championship. I was playing Joel Benjamin, and the game was drawn, and I spent just literally an hour, because the time control was so slow, thinking about what previously had happened and trying to calculate something. And no, there was just nothing to calculate, and we made a draw, and Joel just asked me, Yasser, what were you thinking about? I said, Joel, I really don't know. It was just the momentum of...
I mean, we do tend to zone out sometimes,
At
but
times.
That's not what is happening here.
No.
Anna is trying to maximize her advantage, but as Maurice pointed out, there's nothing to improve.
No.
And I think Carissa is going for h5. That's
Oh,
where
absolutely. No, I would be playing h5, h6, and hoping for bishop g7.
Sorry, guys. Sorry to jump in, but I see Anna she's written something. Is she counting the number of moves before move 50?
No, I think they're...
She has a new score sheet, so you have to change the numbers on
Exactly. That's
she
exactly what
changed
you
the number on
do.
the score sheet and
Yeah, that's what I had to do. They didn't have score sheets that said, anything beyond 60. They didn't have 61, 62, and I ended up writing 61, 62.
That's what she was doing. She's filling in those numbers.
As well as the
to
names
know the
on
move
her
number
second.
she's at.
And we do have h5 on the board.
Just played, and that's going to put her, once the bishop gets to g7 and the pawn on h6, she's going to say, don't make any funny business moves. I'm going to play h7 and queen. If you're not careful, you'd have to be really careless to make that happen, because the rook should be able to catch that pawn regardless. But that's a statement move. I'm going to add a little bit more spice to the h-pawn, to the position. The sad thing for us, though, is it was move 116 they could play until before, but now h5 has been played, and now it's move 134. So we are begging to have this day be over, given that we all know what the result is, but they keep on playing.
One thing I will say in Anna's defense is she's traveling she traveled from Germany, to get here, and sometimes you just want to get at the board, right? Like, and feel yourself at the board, and at least she knows she can't lose this game. She could go rook g2, rook h2, rook takes h pawn. But to get the sense that, I'm at the board and I'm not traveling, she told me that she had a 20-hour travel arrangement with missed trains and delayed flights.
Let's not forget the jet lag she's experiencing.
Exactly. So just getting into the groove of the tournament. Okay, we are about to see h6, followed by...
Maybe even king b4, if Carissa doesn't want her king to be in the corner, although it makes no difference.
Oh boy, I would be spanking down h6, because rook
she can
b1
play
check, bishop
b2. Right, I forgot about that. Bishop b2, and I think we're gonna, maybe Anna will allow h7, and then go rook h1 and trade.
Exactly.
They have gained some time. They're up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, reaching for her bishop. Time is not a factor. Both players have 2 minutes. They do get the increment for each move that is completed. A completed move is when you have pressed the clock. For those of you who have made a move and forgotten to press the clock.
Happens more than you think.
You'd be surprised. World champions have had
And
that
it's
happen.
funny when the opponent spots it but doesn't say anything.
Exactly. I remember very famously in Seville in the World Championship between Kasparov and Karpov. Kasparov made a move and forgot to press his clock, and then for one of the first times in his career, Karpov really dug deep in the position and like was thinking, and almost acting as if, you know, like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? And it was minutes later that Gary looked over the clock and saw that his clock, was ticking, and he was furious with himself. Okay, Bishop F8, your turn. And we know that white is just ready to play Bishop G7 and go back and forth.
You have to update your position.
Forgive me.
There we go. Bishop's on F8, pawn is on H6, and yeah, there's no way to make progress, absolutely, for black.
Right, the bishop is happily going back and forth.
You see Carissa look at her nails just now in that universal, to us all, gesture that says, "This is nothing." It's like Gary putting back his watch on in the drawing position. It's like, this is nothing, and you're not going to scare me into thinking it is something. Yeah. And now let me leave the board and let you look at the board a little bit, because whenever you move, I'm just going to come back and put down my next move. I keep getting 30 seconds each time you move, so you're not going to gain anything by playing a move like this one, where I can just put my bishop back on G7, or even with the king, or do anything at all.
Maurice, you're so experienced. You called so many of Gary's great events, and you know he was very famous. He would come into the game, he'd take off his watch, he'd put his watch over the score sheet, and he would play. And whenever he put his watch back on, it basically means time's up. The game is done, let's go. And usually it meant you were lost, by the way. When he put his watch back on, it usually meant.
Did he ever do that when he wasn't winning, just to make his opponent think it was over?
No, I mean, he was pretty consistent. He was usually right.
All right, well, now we are getting clear direction that rook h6 is about to be played, because there's just nothing to do about this h-pawn. So happily, this construction is very convincing, and Anna decided, let's go for it. I can't offer a draw. Let's just make the draw on the board, and the game is over.
There we have it.
He
Hardy
played
hand class.
93 moves, very close to 100.
In snooker, when you make 100, it's a century and it's applauded. In chess, when you make 100 moves, your commentators are ready to strangle you. Like, what are you doing? You've been holding us up. So I am not the one to tell Carissa that she's missed the win. Who's going to do the honors?
I think Maurice is excited to tell her
excited, but
But it's possible she already knows as well, very possible. But let's take a look at the results today in the women's section. We had 2 decisive results. Irina Krush starts the tournament with a win against Zoey Tang, and Alice Li, that gorgeous win with 3 queens against Rachael Li. The other games were drawn, and let's take a look at the brackets, because tomorrow another classical game, but they swap the colors. Anna Zatonskih will be with white against Carissa. Tatev will have white pieces against Anna. Now Rachael Li has to play for a win against Alice Li, and same for Zoey Tang. She has to go all in against Irina Krush.
Nice. And in the Open?
In the Open, we had 1 decisive result. It looked like we could have had all draws.
Yes.
But then at the end, in time trouble, Mishra blundered a beautiful tactic, and Fabiano converted a win, and the other games were all drawn.
Nice.
And tomorrow they will switch colors. Mishra will have to put some pressure on Fabi with the white pieces. Awonder will have white against Levon Aronian. Sevian, white pieces against Leinier, and Robson against Wesley So.
And I know that Fabi and Hikaru are playing tag with one another as to who is second in the world. And it's usually just a few points separate them. So any victories might be those points that get Fabi to the #2 position in the world. Well, we've had a marvelous time calling this the first round, and I want to say it's great having you back in studio.
Thank you so
Nancy.
much. I'm so happy to be back in this new
Really,
studio.
it's great, and it indeed is a new studio. And let's just remind everybody how I have chosen.
I've had a fantastic day. So have you.
Hey, yeah,
Good job,
we
Yasser.
all, Fabi, yeah. And Irina, Alice, well.
We're 2-0.
Yeah, well, if we could stop the competition right here, right now, I mean, we could celebrate our winnings.
Sharing first?
Yes.
I'm happy with that. Yes.
The halving of the trophy. Yeah.
But you know, it's just the beginning. It's a
Exactly,
long tournament.
it is.
A lot can happen.
And I don't know if we're going to be waiting for
I
Carissa
think
or not.
we're trying to get Carissa for the interview.
Yeah.
Just to ask her, what did she miss in that position when she could have played bishop before and won the game?
And again, for those of you joining us late, it was confounding. No, it was genuinely confounding because essentially we felt that Carissa had played a really marvelous game, and we got to a position directly here. And after the bishop moves back to f8, if you took a student, said, you know, who would you prefer? What do you think of the position? The student would say, well, look, I'm doubled already on the d file. My rooks are more active than your rooks.
Every white piece is better than black's.
Every white piece feels better. This knight on d5, this knight on b3. I've got some space, so yes, I would choose white. And it was precisely here, after the move c6, that Maurice said, he's looking at his chess engine, he's looking, and he's in disbelief. It's only 0.3.
Actually, here it became triple zeros because of that concrete line where at the end, Anna gets to play c5 and just trade off, improve her pieces, and just go to the equal endgame.
Exactly, and that was the equality that somehow turned into a Donnybrook where, oh my goodness, suddenly Anna was better until Anna allowed an incredible, boy, do you,
and she also
you see the chessometer?
Yes.
I wanted to show it right
She
there.
attacked the bishop, provoking
Bishop b4.
bishop b4, yes. And we'll get to ask Carissa the question very soon.
I'm not
because
going to ask. I'm walking out the studio.
She's getting set up with Maurice, and I can't wait to hear.
Right. We'll mic her up, and we've just given you a peek at what we're about to see.
Over to you, Maurice.
We're with four-time women's champion, U.S. women's champion, Carissa Yip. Carissa, this game confounded all of us because you seem to be playing wonderfully. Things were going great, and we all loved your position right here. And we're just thinking, you know, King E2 looks like a nice little move, consolidating. And all of a sudden, she plays C6 and completely wriggles out of what doesn't seem like chess is fair for that to happen.
I mean, no, she defended great. I just underestimated this sort of C6, C5 idea. You know, kind of playing on autopilot too much, maybe. I figured King E2, how bad could it be, you know? Very solid position. But yeah, then I gave this chance with C5.
So the game continued, knight b6, a trade, and you took with the pawn here, recognizing, I guess, that the bishop takes allowed the trade in c5.
I mean, yeah, bishop takes, just takes, c5, and black should hold easily, but I thought maybe a takes would pose some problems. So c5 takes. Yeah, I was hoping for knight takes, you know, knight a5, but yeah, bishop takes c5 was really good. Takes, rook d5, and she wins c3, I win e5, and I kind of have to, you know, I have more active pieces, and bishop is, of course, very strong in these positions.
It does have some counterplay, though. This knight is not so bad, and the knight coming back and the pass pawn. Not so easy after this.
Yeah, no, I think actually Anna played very precisely. Like king d3, f6 is very good, I think. Yeah, then I had to think here. So obviously rooks off endgame should just be a draw, but I still want to push a little bit, especially because she was so low on time.
Did that factor in for you when you played a quick king e2? Did clock factor at all? Because she was really bad in time at that moment. You had all this space, And it was actually at that moment you had to dig down and realize that there was a danger in the position of c6 unraveling.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize there was c6, but I actually just missed this like bishop takes c5 idea. And yeah, just giving up the bishop, giving up e5, but winning c3 in the end. I think I just missed this knight a4 actually. Like I was expecting knight d7, king d3, and white should be pushing there in my opinion.
Okay. Well, I know it's been a long game, so I want to jump to another critical moment that happened right around here. And after f4, this moment, rook to e2. And you told me already off camera that someone has told you this, or you, I don't know how you found out. But when was the moment you realized bishop b4 would have just won you the game?
Actually, Anna told me right after the game.
Oh, even worse. That's when your opponent says, I got something to tell you.
No, I mean, yeah, obviously Black's king is in huge danger. I was so fixated on this bishop g3 for a while now that I just kind of blitzed it. Yeah, I mean, here I already thought, you know, I didn't think there's such a big miss, but I thought for sure I should have like good pressure here even after bishop g3. But yeah, I should have just looked more. Bishop b4 kind of just ends the game on the spot.
You mentioned something about playing quickly just a second ago in the interview, a couple of minutes ago. Is that something that might plague your game a little bit, like playing a little too fast sometimes?
Well, I mean, here I had like 3 minutes, so I think I had to play sort of fast. But yeah, generally when I'm low on the clock, I tend to put a lot of faith in my intuition. Usually it steers me right, but maybe not this game.
Okay. Well, a draw is not the worst result in the world, obviously. You still have a game tomorrow. What are your thoughts going into that game?
Yeah, I mean, Black, so just best to be solid, I think. Yeah, kind of in these knockout events, my main goal is obviously just to progress to the next round. So, yeah.
All right. Well, right attitude. We'll let you go and get your rest, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys?
Indeed. Good luck, Carissa, as she pursues the title.
Well, thank you everyone for watching. It was a great start, Yasser. Great first day.
Indeed. It's so nice to have you in studio. Always happy to share the commentator booth with you, and especially Maurice, who's getting the last word. Maurice, over to you.
Well, it was a great day. We had fighting chess. We had misses, swings and misses. We also had dramatic finishes, things that we would expect from these fantastic players. So it's day one, and it's already a party. Looking forward to seeing what happens as this incredible tournament, this very original tournament, continues.
Absolutely. Thank you, Maurice, and thank you for joining us. We'll see you all tomorrow, same time, same channel. Bye from St. Louis.
Join us again tomorrow. Goodbye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.